I've decided that I'm just gonna see this through till the end before I switch to a different tune, or switch over to my Paladin or Death Knight. It should be showing, yeah. Okay. Alright, so what the hell was I doing here again? Oh yeah, I have to sneak in the Teldrassil. That's my camera. Is it nice and centered? Kind of. Looks good, I guess. I need a new camera though. How's my okay, that's the 144. That should be fine.
Stay put.
Oh, it was level 60. I wasn't even paying attention. Oh, that's a lot. I just never would have figured that a level 60 would be there, that's all.
Questions,
Yes.
which I'm sure you've been asked 1,000 times.
A few, yes.
Yeah. So, we believed for many years that the Earth was flat. Now we can see that it's actually round.
Sure.
We've seen that it's round.
Sure.
So how come it's not?
It's not because
I love how the best way to stop a flat earther is to ask them stupid questions, because most flat earthers are stupid and they're good at answering smart questions because they don't understand them. But stupid questions, they don't know how to respond because it's on their level.
we can't prove
It's like they're like, you know, like how some Pokemon are like immune to certain psychic effects.
globe. Everything that we've, in fact, it starts out with everybody that's in the Flat Earth community starts out looking at the globe saying, can you prove it? Can you prove the globe, especially without using NASA? Because it's not that we found out that the world was a globe back in 1972. We knew for 5 centuries.
Yeah.
So that's how everyone starts. You try
It's
to prove
longer
it in a
than
court of law.
But don't you want to believe that it's flat? You have
No.
proof. I have more proof than you do.
I would challenge that.
Well, I've got footage here that's direct from the space station, and that's live pictures from the space station now.
Right.
That's all a lie.
Again, started from the American military. Yes,
Yep,
absolutely.
that's fake. Yeah, sure. Well, I've watched Interstellar before. I've seen Avatar. Are those blue guys real? Nope. Now, how's this real?
Absolutely. I'm saying it's worse than that.
So what is that then? What am I looking at if I'm not looking at live pictures?
You're looking at CGI, nothing more. Something that started out very
There it
simple
is.
back in the
Hold on, I'm trying to find something in my internet history real quick. There we go. Okay, there's that one, but there's also another one. There we go. That's both of them. Perfect. Oh, I suppose I could get on my Discord.
'50s and
Yeah.
advanced till today.
So the CGI that was like the, you know, like the moon landing. Yeah.
I'm a bit of a space nut.
Sure.
And so no.
Sorry.
I'm very happy with that. Right. And I've got the app on my phone, which has got where the space station is right now. And I have in the past looked at those live pictures.
Yes.
And I have.
But to be fair, I don't believe it. I'm gonna say something real quick. I don't believe the Earth is flat. But from things that I've been told and the lies I've experienced over the course of my lifetime, I don't believe really very much science at all, and I don't believe really any history at all. I don't believe any of it, actually. Because think of how they're trying to frame certain things now. Imagine back then, before the internet, how easy it was to just frame certain narratives, and that was just it. That was the society. That was the accepted way something happened. So, I mean, we know the reason the Civil War started was a lie. We know the reason Vietnam started was a lie. We know a lot of things were a lie. So why would we believe that that was a lie and then not believe that nothing else happened after that was? So I don't trust any of it. If somebody tells me the Earth's flat, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. But, you know, I don't know how God made the earth. I'm not up there to see. I'm not him. I don't know. I know he did it in 6 days. That's all I know. So, if you made it flat, round, it doesn't matter to me.
I've seen where the space station is and thought, right,
it's not for me to question, really.
now. And so I have watched the space station. You can see it as that light. It doesn't blink, doesn't flash, goes over the solid light. And at the same time, I've looked at my laptop and I've seen.
The thing is, you can't debate things. You can't debate scientific things because you don't know anymore what's true. You don't. You can't debate historical things because you don't know what facts are true. So the only way I look at things, when people ask me, what's my opinion on this? I'd say, I don't know, I wasn't there. I can't tell you. I wasn't there. Yeah, I've heard, I've heard this, I've heard that, there's some things that I've heard, but I can't verify anything those things are true because everyone has lied. Even Alex Jones has lied. They've all lied. So
where I am.
Yeah. Oh, I'm not saying there's something up there. No question. Is there a vehicle that could be the ISS up there? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, there's definitely a space station, but it's a fake space station that it's in the air, but it's broadcasting something that's different. Like, they put it in the air, and they know that it's flat, but they have it video, like, the video is actually CGI, even though it's actually up there.
Are people inside it? No, not a chance. And you can look at the interior footage, and the production value is horrible.
Yeah.
I challenge anybody. I talked to Terry Virts, American astronaut, and look, they're all. You got to remember, everybody that goes up there are high-ranking military. They start out at colonel and go.
Why would he bother?
Why would you bother faking it?
Why? What's the point of faking it?
Well, that's one of the bigger questions, which is why keep this thing a secret. And we're talking about.
No, but why fake it?
Because if you don't fake it, eventually the private industry is going to get involved, and then they're going to find out on their own. This is.
And why that? That would be bad because
if you don't keep this thing a secret. Remember, we're talking about something that was discovered back in 1960. The public wasn't ready in 1960.
Yeah,
they just weren't. Their potential, academically, economically, religiously, chaos potentially. And so they weren't going to take that chance.
Were those Apollo rockets that went up into the air? Did they go?
They didn't go anywhere. They just went off into the ocean and ditched. That was again, I'm an American. Look, we're taught, rah rah go team, wave the flag, and so it's tough for me because I love the American space program.
So you flew in a straight
why would
line.
he love the American space program if it's fake, though?
To get here.
I did fly in a straight line to get here.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you've got this. So we've got a dome over the top.
Yeah. So let me do this.
For example, we went to the moon. What was it, the 60s? Right? Okay. And I would say the majority of people probably believe we went to the moon. But I have to ask. We went there once. Why haven't we gone there again? We pretty much went there. I'm going about this all wrong. We pretty much went there to are they gonna knock me off my mount, or they're just gonna be gay? They're just gonna be gay. There's a level 60 there, that's why. Anyway. Okay, so we went to the moon. But why haven't we gone again since then? And in the video, what were they doing? They were just kind of chilling out, walking around. They weren't really doing anything productive. Everything was just a photo op for them. Like, you don't have to, like, you don't even have to analyze what you don't know. You can literally take what you do know and what you do see, and you can stop looking at it with tunnel vision, and you can just start thinking, in hindsight, what were we even doing there? We didn't even really do anything. Supposedly we haven't been back. Why haven't we gone back? You think they'd be checking the moon right now to see if there's anything that we can mine off the damn thing? You'd think. Or countries ran by private corporations, you'd think they'd be up there fucking monopolizing the moon. Right? You know damn well they would. If they could get there. Which apparently they can't. Which makes you wonder what changed. Just saying. Just saying.
Just real quick. So the globe that you threw away, what we're talking about is we are all brought up, taught that we live on this tiny little rock that's covered in a little bit of water and smoke. We're flying through this impossible vacuum of space. We're saying that we live on a flat, enclosed world that is basically, you're basically living in a big soundstage with walls and a floor and a ceiling.
The Truman Show.
The Truman Show. Yeah, very, very, very similar. That is so big that even our best and brightest didn't figure it out until about 1960. And when they did decide to keep it a secret, the really, really short version is you don't live on a globe. This is what it looks like on the outside. That's what it looks like on the inside. There you go.
So why don't we just fall off the edge?
For the same reason, the space asteroid question. Yeah. So for the same reason why you don't fall off the edge here. Antarctica is the only continent that doesn't look like anything else. All the other continents in here look perfectly fine. Antarctica, though, and it's not necessarily an ice wall, it's just Antarctica, this really, really, really high continent.
So you think Antarctica goes all the way around?
Yep.
So where's the North Pole?
North Pole's in the center. North Pole's in the center. South Pole doesn't exist. Compasses don't work down in Antarctica. Most people don't talk about that. The Antarctic Treaty says that no corporation in the history of the world can set up shop down there forever.
What's outside?
Well, that makes sense because if a corporation was able to set up shop there, they would be able to research and find out that it was flat.
Imagine if a Walmart or no, you know what? You know who? Let me tell you, the first corporation that would set up shop in Antarctica. Dollar General. Oh wait, you know what? There aren't any derelict buildings next to trailer parks that they can just take over and remodel, are there? Nope. I guess not then.
That's a tough one, isn't it?
Well,
I mean, because
you have no clue.
Well, I mean, if you can't get outside, you're not going to know for sure. But I mean, I don't think, my personal opinion is this isn't a one-off. There's not just one of these. There's more.
You have been accused yourself as being sort of a member, I think, of Warner Brothers or something. You're making this up.
Government agent. Yeah.
So, I mean, aren't you just all turning on yourselves? Like, you can't believe anything.
No.
It's not even your own.
At the end of the day, again, like the Scottish Highlands, no offense, but, they can all agree on one thing. They hate the English. That's the same sort of thing here. We disagree on so many of the finer points here. But at the end of the day, we all agree on one thing. That is not a globe.
And so, what proof do you have? No one has ever been there. No one has ever taken any pictures of the ice wall that surrounds us.
Exactly. Yeah, because that's like one thing is that like nobody's ever how could if the Earth isn't a globe, then why do we have globes? Why would they start off making it more complicated?
So no one can get anywhere near. Why can't we go there? Why can't I?
Oh, the Antarctic Treaty. And you can go there if you want to spend. I think it's like 12,000 pounds. You can go to the edge, one of the peninsulas, and get your picture taken with penguins.
No, I want to see the wall. Well,
I mean, the wall itself just extends for a long. You can get to the Antarctic coastline. That's not a problem.
Yeah. I want to go to the wall.
Boy, you're going to go all the way in here. No, the Antarctic Treaty forbids it. You cannot go there. It's locked down. It's the only unbroken treaty in the history of treaties.
How do you know
every
that?
country in the world.
Oh no, it's not secret information. None of this stuff is secret information.
I thought Hitler lived there.
But where are you getting that information?
What, the Antarctic Treaty? It's public domain. I mean, it's a PDF. In fact, I gave it to your producer. Sorry, it's all corporations. Every corporation in the world, no one can set up shop there. And it's also the only piece of real estate in the world that's not owned by anybody. A little strange, since we're fighting over real estate all the time. But no, I mean, stripping of resources, in a treaty that was built in 1959, environmentalism wasn't even a word back then.
Do we communicate with anyone out there? Is there any trade between these places?
I don't know. Couldn't tell you that. To your proof questions, and I know we don't have a whole lot of time left. Sorry, let me give you the 5 bullet points that I gave Georgetown physicist. First one would be long distance photography. Curvature of the Earth is 8 inches per mile squared. We eventually should not be able to see over the hill. We should be a hill. It should be gone. HD technology has changed that. Now we can see things way, way further. There's some wonderful work being done by Nathan Oakley and some UK teams where they're actually seeing a horizon behind oil platforms at 10, 15, 20 miles. Gravity versus the vacuum of space. Gravity's holding things down, right? That's gravity, no problem, right? You make the upper
that
part
makes
of this a
sense.
vacuum chamber, you pull a cork, everything's going to rush upstairs.
Yeah.
Why, when you go outside, why isn't the air outside rushing into space? You can't,
Atmosphere?
the atmosphere. Why doesn't it
That
go?
makes
Why doesn't it
sense.
go into space?
Yeah, true.
Can't say gravity anymore because gravity didn't hold the air in this room for that little test. Third, the moon eclipse is too small. The moon eclipse is 70 miles wide, and the moon is 2,000 miles wide. We never see that in nature. The moon eclipse cannot. We say
That
the moon
makes
is.
sense because like you look up at the moon and it's like this small.
Oh shit.
It's really not that big. There's no way it could be the size
Wow.
of the planet.
I guess I'm swimming.
That's true.
Fourth would be the moon temperature.
Yeah.
That's a spooky one. I didn't even know that till about two years in.
Oh,
Which
really?
is the moon generates a cold light, which is warmer in the moon shade than it is in the moonlight. If you magnify moonlight, it gets even colder. It's generating a cold laser light. Doesn't even make sense. And the last
Wow.
question, which is the Van Allen radiation trap question, which is, are the Van Allen radiation belts deadly? Yes or no? If they are deadly, then how the Americans get past it with no shielding whatsoever? Remember, the only thing that can stop radiation is gold, lead, and a whole bunch of water. They went with aluminum and plastic. Nobody died. Nobody got radiation poisoning. No, even got cancer. There's still 5 of them walking around today. If you say yes, then why does NASA have this wonderful video, Ryan trial by fire, saying, oh yeah, we can't send any capsules into space because we haven't solved the radiation problem yet?
Yeah, it's flat. I knew it. I think that if you took this guy up into space and you showed him, you're like, see, it's not flat, he'd be like, ah, bro, like, what? Bro, like, how are we in some kind of like
You know, his points are fair. Like I said, I don't know because I don't know who to believe, and until I see something, I don't believe either side. So. I think if Slim gets on, I'm gonna ask him if he thinks the world's flat. Fatigue my ass. Think I want to swim this far? I don't have a choice. Am I cheating? Maybe. I don't have time to be dancing around NPCs and level 60s. I really don't. I could, if it made everybody feel better, I could bring a level 40 man raid and we can do Darnassus right now. But I'd rather wait until after I do Naxxramas and my chef's kiss to my tune before I wave goodbye will be raiding every capital alliance city. Oh, the fucking dock's over there. Where am I going? It's bad enough that I'm already going to have to, work my way into Teldrassil without anybody knowing about it. Wish I had an epic mount right now. Level 55, level 30. Level 55. Run. 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 Why am I not in combat? Why are they not attacking me? Why isn't that rogue attacking me? Maybe it's because they know I'm here to do the dragon's bidding. Maybe that's what it is. I just got buffed. What? I'm so confused. Oh, I remember where he is now. I've seen this video like 7 times. I remember where he is. There's an intersection here. And you go like left. He's up here somewhere. I'm gonna go get a beer. Be right back. I gotta go back working tomorrow. And I don't even know how long. I don't know if it's a little working or a long time working. Oh. Sorry. Alright. Let's see what else we got here.
This video is made possible by NordVPN. Architecture. Architecture. What's the deal with architecture? Why do they call them buildings when they're no longer in construction? They should be called builts. And why do they always use that blue paper for plans? And why is nobody outside? And why can't I get into this house? And why are they calling the cops? And why won't the voices in my head stop? And who gave me this? I'm gonna make this thing that actually looks like a big piece of shit. It's all made out of glass, stainless steel, or concrete. Right. Those are the 3 ingredients they know how to bake a cake with now.
Right.
So he made this thing, and it looks like a big crumpled up piece of paper. What they didn't realize is they didn't take into account, well, there's this massive ball of plasma in the sky that seems to shine a lot.
The moon.
I don't like it when he's doing a video with someone.
No outline.
Yeah, fuck that.
Here it is, right?
On April 19th, a video called Balloon Boy, The Untold Story was uploaded to Internet Historian. It proposed that the Balloon Boy hoax of 2000...
Oh, I remember this.
On October 15th, 2000, check. And tonight on Unsolved Internet Mysteries. Balloon Boy. Here's the story you probably know. On October 15th, 2009, Falcon Heaney, 6 years old, hopped into a balloon and was carried off into the air. For 2 hours and 60 miles, he traveled across the vistas of Colorado, eventually landing just shy of Denver International Airport. But when they opened up the saucer, there was no boy. At first it was feared that Falcon had fallen along the way, and a manhunt started to find the boy's body. But after a couple of hours, Falcon wandered into the living room of the family home and confessed that he had been hiding in a box in the attic of the garage. It was one of the biggest news stories and memes of the year. During the event, Balloon Boy was also the most searched term on Google. But it was an expensive game of hide and seek. Up to 50 rescue workers were involved, including 2 military helicopters, police, the Colorado National Guard, the Federal Aviation Administration, ambulances, firefighters, and the balloon drifted so close to the airport that a bunch of flights had to be rerouted. The total cost of the incident was estimated at $2 million. Press flocked to the Heaney home, and the family gave an interview on CNN. And then, this happened.
He's asking Falcon, did you...
Hold on a second, I'm reading. Okay, that means they should be there now, right?
hear us calling your name at any time?
Or you know what? No, there's like I'm pretty sure there's like a specific order that I have to do this on. Okay.
You did?
You did?
Why didn't you come out? You did? You did?
You did?
Why didn't you come out?
You guys said that we did this for a show.
Oh shit.
Police and the
remember
press
that.
were quick to change angle from accident to publicity stunt. The mother and father were charged, and they pleaded guilty. So that's the story. Or is it? To this day, Richard Heaney, the father, adamantly claims it was never a hoax, just an experiment gone wrong. And after doing my own research, I'm starting to believe him. This is the story you probably don't know. Let's take a closer look at Richard Heaney. He's an interesting guy. He likes to do science and chase storms.
Getting into the path of the oncoming tornado.
He is also an inventor.
Hi, I'm inventor Richard Heaney, and boy do I love my truck! That's why I would never permanently mount toolboxes or a lumber rack in the back. No! I'm going to use my pickup to pick up hot chicks! Yes! 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 Ah! Yeah! HeaneyDuty.com!
He's obviously nuts and a bit of a human meme.
I just invented perpetual motion.
And what about the rest of the family? Youngest, Falcon. Eldest, Bradford. His wife, Mayumi, originally from Japan. And middle child, Ryo. The family appeared on the hit reality TV show Wife Swap twice. And it was their behavior on the show that made the police and the press
The bots were literally multiplying.
suspicious. Before we break down the case against Richard Heaney, I'm going to show you raw footage from the liftoff. Now, first thing, did you see it? Helium canisters. 3. They're big and they're expensive, and it's much more helium than they would need for a one-time hoax, but the right amount for ongoing experiments. This is a purpose-built structure for Richard's experiments. Seems elaborate for a hoax. A high voltage sticker, because Richard really was testing electronics on board.
Hold on, Brad. Cut. Record.
Yeah.
This is a release cord, not a tether, by the way.
Whoa!
God. Okay. Are you in? Heather!
One of the loose tethers.
Get up! Put the tether down!
Now Richard gets mad, and it really doesn't feel like acting. Either he genuinely is losing his temper over the loss of his balloon, or he's deliberately making himself out to look like an asshole.
Spider-Man! Get tethered out, Jesus!
The kid sure is doing a good job of acting too, and remember that they would only have one take because there's only one balloon. A fourth canister.
He was just here.
No, he's in there. What? He's in there. It's all brilliant.
No, he's not.
Yeah.
He was just right here. Falcon!
No.
Falcon!
No, man.
But here's another weird thing. This photo from the police shows that Richard's electrical equipment for readings and experiments is still on board. Why? Why let your stuff get smashed out in a field somewhere? Now that you've seen the liftoff, let's look at the case against the Heanies. That the balloon couldn't have lifted Falcon. He called the news before 911, the live slip-up on television, a confession, and a guilty plea. Pretty airtight, right? Nope. Let's start from the top. Could this balloon lift a boy? The balloon is 17 feet wide by 6 feet tall. With this we can figure out the surface area and the volume. We also know the construction materials. Plastic, alfoil, cardboard, thin plywood, duct tape, wire, strings, tether. The balloon's total volume is over 900 cubic feet. That gives us a lift potential of 65 pounds, minus the weight of the craft, and Falcon only weighed 37 pounds. The police weighed him. That gives you enough lift potential to raise the boy with another 11 to 12 pounds to spare. Next point. You're about to hear the 911 call. The media and police both said that Richard called the news first, then 911. That was a lie. The phone records show that he called the FAA first, because he knew they could track the balloon better. Then they told him to call 911 and he immediately did so. When he did, the 911 operator put him on hold. When taken off hold, Mayumi picks up the phone.
Okay. And so it was an experimental plane?
It's a flying saucer.
And that's gone too, right?
I'm sorry?
How long is the flying saucer gone as well?
We gotta get lights on.
Okay. Hang on just 1 second. Don't hang up, okay? Just a minute.
They get put on hold for a second time.
Ma'am, does it have any kind of a tracking device or anything on it?
No.
Okay, where was the saucer? Was it in the backyard?
Yeah, here, take that. Hello?
Yes, is this Richard?
Yes, it is.
Okay, was the flying saucer in the backyard?
Yes.
Okay, it obviously has electronics where he can know how to work it. He gets it up off the air, off the ground?
No, he doesn't know how it operates.
So we are sure that he's in that?
Yeah, we looked everywhere, and then my son just said because we had it tethered, it wasn't supposed to take off.
So there's no electronics on it. There's no tracking device, right?
No.
Okay, hang on just a second.
By this point, they've now spent 20 minutes with the police and they've been put on hold for a third time. So it was no wonder that they called the news and asked for a helicopter. Next point. What did Falcon have to say about the answer he gave on CNN?
Well, what happened was, this Chinese reporter walked up to me. He asked me if I could show him how he got in the attic for his TV shows. So I said, okay. And then
One moment,
after
mister.
that, another person asked me, so what happened about this balloon thing? I was like this.
Hey Sep, hope you're well. Cheers for the little tutorial on how to SQL. Not a problem, man. And I'm doing great, I guess. Just dropped like $160 on a pair of work boots, but other than that, can't complain. Just waiting for my wife to come home and make me some nachos.
I did it for the show. I said that because I thought he was talking about the Chinese guy.
Chinese guy.
It's not a great excuse, but it's within the realm of possibility. On the day of the Heaney's arrest, the police issued a warrant to take phones, computers, documents, cameras, everything they could. And what did they find? Nothing. Nada. They interviewed Falcon, Brad, Rio, each several times without parental supervision. Again, what did they get? Nothing. So the police had nothing. That's not great for the prosecution. So the police would need a confession. They tried Richard, but he wasn't admitting to anything. So they pressed Mayumi, and she spilled the beans. But hold on, because her confession sucks. English is not her first language. Police arranged the meeting under false pretenses, so she didn't...
My wife makes wonderful Mexican food. Not as good as me, but I'm too lazy to cook. I only cook on special occasions because my cooking's that good and deserves only the most special occasions for me to cook. And I have to have at least 3 days off. Reason being, I don't like to cook after I just worked the previous day, and I don't like to cook if I'm gonna go work the next day because I feel like it's taking up too much R&R time. So I need at least 3 days. Maybe the first day I go to the grocery store and get what I need, and then the second day I cook, and then the third day I play video games. But I need at least 3 days off before I cook something.
Didn't have a lawyer with her. And also, it doesn't make any sense. She said in the confession that they...
If you ask my wife about my, well, you know Taco Bell's Mexican pizza? Well, I decided to make my own one day. If you ever ask my wife about that, she'll tell you. She'll tell you.
Craft only 2...
I also decided to make mango sweet and sour chicken with serrano peppers. Also, the best breakfast that you can make yourself, if you like spicy, is tortillas with bacon, hash browns, serranos, a little bit of Hungarian, onion, and pepper jack cheese.
2 weeks
No sauce, no nothing, just that.
prior. Interesting. Here's Sherry from Wife Swap.
There was one point.
And you don't want the bacon crispy. You want it cooked almost like picturesque. So it's chewy-ish, almost like jerky, but not too chewy.
Point where I had to hold this.
And if you have like, I use street taco size tortillas. They're small, so I put maybe like 1 or maybe 2 bacon strips with the hash browns. You can make bacon go a long way with those things.
The spaceship and clean it and carry it, and Falcon ran into the spaceship.
And it's really easy to make. Very easy to make. And a lot of people, they like to make the bacon in a frying pan. We use a Ninja Foodie for all of our cooking most of the time, but a lot of people like to make the bacon in a frying pan, and then you put the hash browns in and the bacon grease to cook the hash browns. I'm getting a little chubby just thinking about it.
And hidden there.
Built 2 weeks prior? Well, Sherry just said that she was cleaning it during filming, which was 8 months ago.
Are you suspicious of him, and if so, why?
Knowing him, I couldn't imagine that he would tell the whole country that his son was up in a balloon.
She also speaks about Falcon.
What's Falcon like?
Literally is the type of child that you would actually see that would go into the spaceship.
I need the repairs.
So it wasn't surprising that maybe Richard might have thought he was in there.
So that leaves a big question. Why did the police pick on Richard Heaney?
I'm being persecuted, I think, for the benefit of Albany. His term runs out in 2011. He's probably going to run for governor, who knows, but not off my back.
How dare Richard Heaney accuse an honest man like Sheriff Alderton of... Oh. Richard said that he was taking it to court. He would not plead guilty. He would not confess. So over the next month, the police applied pressure, bringing up topics
there,
such
like,
as
repair
mainly
guys over
citizenship
here?
status and federal charges. It was lose-lose for Richard. Potential felonies, the cost of court and lawyers, his wife could be deported. The story was #1 on Google and the press had already decided it was a hoax, so any jury would be stacked against him.
What?
It was a hoax.
Yeah, we know.
Guilty or innocent, this plea was the only sensible choice he had. The Heaneys were handed a $36,000 fine and a short term in jail, and Richard would have to formally apologize in court before a judge and the police.
I'm very, very sorry. And I want to apologize to all the rescue workers out there and the people that got involved in the community.
That sucks.
Lastly, despite poring over dozens of interviews over the span of 8 years, I have not been able to find one instance where Richard has been caught in a lie. There's evidence of the police lying, evidence of the media lying. Richard's story has not changed. So where does that leave us really? One piece of evidence. This interview. The testimony of a sleep-deprived 6-year-old who's not even really listening to the question. That's it. Those 10 words are the main substance of the case against Richard Heaney. When I first started researching this story, I thought it would be a fun chance to take a few cheap shots at some liar from Colorado. But now I'm not so sure. I'm not saying for certain that this isn't a hoax, but I think there is more here than what was decided in the press and by memes in October of 2009.
Hi, I'm inventor Richard Heaney. If you itch like a son of a twitch, then you need my latest invention, the patent-pending Bear Scratch. Check it out. Oh, man, this thing feels good. This thing's strong. Oh. Ah, God.
Hello, welcome back to In the Field, and I'm joined today by Adam from Your Movie Sucks. How's it going?
Hello. It's going.
It's nice to have a big guest.
Here it is. All right?
On April 19th, a video called Balloon Boy, The Untold Story was uploaded to Internet Historian. It proposed that the Balloon Boy hoax of 2009 may have been a legitimate accident and no hoax at all. On May 11th, having seen the video, Richard Heaney got in touch. He sent through several pieces of evidence to support his ongoing claim of innocence. The most compelling was a video that he made in 2010. This is Richard's side of the story. Corruption in the justice system.
Before I get into the facts, I want to tell you one thing. All right.
Holy shit, there's a lot of
name
bots
is,
over here.
David Lane.
The bots are doing a raid.
I took that plea because...
What the fuck?
I told him I wasn't going to take... There's no way I'm going to plead guilty. No way, I didn't do it. So, he said, before you make a decision, look into the case I'm now suing Larimer County for and Fort Collins Police Department. He said, look into Tim Masters. So, I went home, I looked at the Tim Masters case online. It was mind-boggling. Mind-boggling, man. They framed this poor guy. Tim Masters went to prison for 10 years. He didn't do it.
Tim Masters was exonerated through DNA evidence. He later sued Larimer County and the city of Fort Collins and received a $10 million settlement. The case of who murdered Peggy Hattrick remains unsolved.
Broderick, I think his name is, Lieutenant Broderick, the head lead investigator. He perjured himself on affidavits, perjured himself on the stand, and I guess they fabricated evidence, to my understanding, and they withheld evidence. The guy goes to prison. Jolene Blair was the prosecutor. She became a judge because of that.
Judge Jolene Blair was later censured by the Supreme Court for withholding evidence favorable to the defense in the Tim Masters case.
Lieutenant Broderick, I think I'm saying his name right, he became a commander. These guys got raises. You know, they went up the ranks because of this. So when he said that to me, I get it. I get it. Fine. Anyway, that is why I had to do what I had to do. On top of the fact that they were threatening to deport my wife. So just try to imagine. I fight it. They gather up all their lies and all their evidence. And then I've got to fight from jail. I lose my kids. Mayumi's deported to Japan. What would you do?
The purpose of the balloon experiment.
Everything about this was farcical. It's like anything that they could make up, they just simply added on. I mean, it was never a weather balloon. You seem to like this title, Balloon Boy. I hate it. That's not what it was. It's insulting. What it was an experiment in the backyard to see if I could get the thing to move left or right. Fill it full of helium. 5 tanks. And if you charge the outside skin on the top, positive. You charge the bottom skin, negative. And section the panels out, you might get propulsion. I don't know. It was just a test. So look at this sample, you'll see what I'm talking about. So you fill it full of helium, and it acts like a balloon. Then you take the Byfield-Brown effect, lifter technology, and add that to it.
Fabrications by the prosecutor.
So after I take their plea, I'm sitting in a courtroom, okay? I can't believe what I'm hearing. And this prosecutor, Andrew Lewis, stands up there before the judge, before the courtroom, and let's not forget, the entire world was watching on TV. The entire planet Earth is watching the stupid case, and he's lying. I want to show you this. They gave me a CD. See that CD? That's the logo. And on here are photographs, okay? The first photograph was taken on October 15th, 2009. Okay, so after the flying saucer landed, photograph number PA 150342. If you zoom in on it, you can clearly see the high voltage PC board from the stun gun and the battery connector. All right, now let's zoom in on the next photo. PA 150330. It clearly shows 3 9-volt batteries. 3 of them.
I think I need to go to a different boss.
He said that there was 3 9-volt batteries hooked up to a stun gun, and it would produce volts, therefore no one should touch it. What they do find inside is 2 1.5-volt batteries hooked up to an egg timer. No indication that there is a stun gun in there.
He's claiming 2 1.5-volt. What is this?
Size of the balloon.
We then took measurements of the balloon, which measured 16 feet across and 6 feet tall. And the compartment below was 2 feet. In this next photograph, PA 150362, you see they pulled the measurement from the outside to the center pin at 10 feet. You double that, it's 20 feet wide, just like I said. So in order for them to somehow prove that I somehow had knowledge that it wasn't going to lift up that much weight, they lied and they said they pulled new measurements and it's 16 feet wide. So they get this Professor Jones from CSU to come in and back it up and validate that a 16-foot wide flying saucer is not going to pick that up.
Mr. Haney was asked during this incident what the capacity, the lifting capacity of this balloon was, and Mr. Haney provided a lifting capacity for 72 pounds. The Sheriff's Department had contacted a professor at CSU to determine whether, based on the capacity he had and the amount of helium he had, whether or not it would be possible to lift up Falcon Haney, and whether it's possible that he was in this balloon.
Basically, he stated the craft would probably not have been capable of sustaining flight with Falcon aboard. However, he did add, based on the description of the craft provided by Richard Heaney, originally, those calculations, when used, would have been able to sustain flight. Look, 10 foot 2 inches.
Let's see if they're still over there.
10 foot 2 inches.
Is it focused?
Is it focused? Get back. Okay, now look at mommy. She's right in the center. I mean, how could you miscalculate this at 16 feet? They know that they were lying, so they tried to get Mayumi to sign something while I was incarcerated. Had she signed it, then we would have been screwed.
The call to 911.
So perhaps one of the biggest lies of all that perpetrated more media frenzy was the fact that this investigator, Bob Heffernan, lied on his affidavit in order to get a search warrant and then later an arrest warrant. And the sheriff was in the next room and everybody heard me say, clearly heard me say, the order in which the phone calls were made. Then, about an hour later, they run down the hall, whatever they had to do, to fill out this affidavit. And then they got a judge to sign it based on that lie.
But the first call was to the FAA?
Yes.
And my understanding is they tell you to call 911?
Yeah, and I found it to be shocking because I would have called, I actually thought to call 911. I'm going, no. You know, they don't have any way to fly it to, so that's why I thought of the FAA. They tell me to call 911, so I called 911. I shouted to my wife, I said, I don't care who you get somebody with a helicopter down. Okay. Her idea was to call news helicopters because of the traffic stuff. So she's in another room doing whatever she did.
So you call 911?
I'm gonna start from the middle this time.
Okay. And your wife calls for helicopters
Yeah.
and the news people?
Yeah, well, I think she called a couple of people, some kind of helicopter rental service maybe, or something like that. I'm not sure what she did. I'll have to get the details from her. They hung up on her. Okay? I get irritated. I said, I know they're probably going to make fun of her accent. She beat me with it all the time. And or she wasn't clear on the phone. Or they thought it was a prank. Okay? And I'm thinking, oh my God, she got somebody with a helicopter. Let's call somebody, let's call, I said, redial, call out. I said, who is this? And they said, 9 News.
Richard called the Federal Aviation, FAA, Channel 9 News Denver, then Emergency Dispatch, and reported that Falcon was missing and presumed to be in the experimental flying saucer that was now adrift. After they interrogated me, about an hour later, they run down the hall, fill out an affidavit, which is a complete utter lie. An hour later, to get a search warrant for my house. So they influenced the public official to sign a search warrant, and they lied on the affidavit. Now this Jim Broderick, he's up for 8 counts of perjury, and several of those, he perjured himself on an affidavit. You know, these guys, man, this is what they do at Fort Collins. This is what the Fort Collins cops do. To prove that I made the phone calls in the order I made them, I called the FAA. They told me to call 911. I did. And you can hear my voice in the background. If you crank it up, hear my voice in the background. And I said, as soon as the guy picks the phone up, I said, do you guys have a fucking helicopter? You can hear it in the background. Listen to it.
Hold on 1 second for me, okay? I'm just going to use Larimer County. Stay on the phone. I don't know the name.
My understanding is, and I'm afraid I haven't seen the timeline on all this, so I'll tell you what I believe to be the case today. Our understanding is that his first call was to the FAA, and that the second call was made to 9 News with the belief that they had a helicopter that might be able to assist, and that sometime afterwards they called 911.
The Larimer County Sheriff's Department is solely responsible for causing the media frenzy.
The interrogation of Richard Haney.
It's painful because they lied to me to get me to go down to the station. I get down there and they basically try to ambush me with these questions, the interrogation. They didn't say they were going to interrogate me.
Well, I think Bob's got a strategy to maybe help you get these assholes off your back.
Great.
That's the idea.
All right, thanks. Thank you. And then they set up a, at the same time, to ambush my wife at the house. She wasn't read her rights, by the way. So then they asked me to take a polygraph. Now you got to know something. From that morning of when the flying saucer event happened to the time I'm down here at the station, it was 52 hours with no sleep. I've got press hanging outside my window. They're beating down my door. Phone's ringing off the hook. I can't sleep. I mean, I was completely out of my mind. So then, I tested my blood sugar level at the station, and it was 473.
No, that's not good.
What is it?
473.
Okay, what does that mean? You need a snack or something?
I'm supposed to be at 100.
Okay, so how do you get it down? Do
I gotta take
you
a
got
shot.
soda or you take a shot?
Yeah.
Okay.
When you have high blood sugar, you're extremely tired, even somewhat lethargic. On top of the fact that I didn't have the sleep, I'm out of my mind. They asked me to go take a polygraph. So I wanted to get the hell out of the station. So I said fine, eventually. I didn't know what to do, quite frankly, so I tried to call some attorneys. It was Saturday. I'm sure they set that up, so I couldn't call any attorneys. So I go into their polygraph room, and I'm trying to take their friggin' polygraph. Now, in most states, I'm going to read you this. In most states, police may not use overbearing measures to coerce an involuntary confession. Examples of improper or illegal interrogation tactics may include continuing to question you even after you ask for a lawyer, depriving you of food, water, or sleep, beating you or threatening harm or greater punishment, and or making false promises of leniency in exchange for a confession. All right, so here's the polygraph examiner, Kevin Mall, doing the interrogation.
When we get through the questions, we'll take a break and walk around a little bit, kind of wake up a little bit, and use the restroom and some other things, because I can see you're struggling a little bit, but we'll take a break and then we're going to review the questions again.
Okay. That's some circulation. Okay. I am just not here. Okay.
Okay, Richard, you are going to have to focus and concentrate. Stay awake. Okay. And it most certainly will help if forcing keeping your eyes open. Okay. So we'll go ahead and try one more time. Richard, you're just not able to stay alert enough.
So Kevin Mall wrote in his affidavit dated 10/26/2009. Mr. Heaney did not make any admissions. However, he began to reiterate that he again had symptoms of problems with his blood sugar level, and his sleepiness returned. This, however, was an obvious attempt to derail the investigation process.
I'm just gonna raid someone, bomb him.
Medical concern. I mean, think about the audacity of this guy saying it was of no medical concern. When you have high blood sugar, the blood circulating through your body, it gets thick like syrup. I hadn't slept for 52 hours when I first got there. Hours are rolling by. I mean, I can't even stay awake. To derail it, I was out of my mind. Plus all the stress. You got the press out in front of the house. Try to imagine that. They're making noise. I mean, they got machines, and they got people banging on my door night and day, lights shining in my windows. I'm trying to derail the investigation. They will stop at nothing to prosecute somebody. It's like a conveyor belt of convictions. And they all get promoted based on that.
Mayumi's confession.
When I communicate to Mayumi, I've got to ask her 3 to 5 times the same question, most times throughout the day, just to get the right answer out of her. And so, yeah, I was a bit upset that they were even asking her questions. But imagine, she didn't have a Japanese interpreter.
You understand what I mean by hoax?
But then I was thinking hoax means exhibition. And the word was in my life. I never had that word. So and later on I look up a dictionary and look up the word. And oh my God, that's honestly I thought.
Not only that, Mayumi's English was so bad that Wife Swap had to subtitle her in 2 different episodes.
Climb up on trees. They act like monkeys. Kids are not really enjoying having fun.
So they basically ambushed Mayumi, and they asked her to get in the police car and leave her kids behind. We never leave our kids behind any place. And there were some cops there. Who knows what questions they were asking my kids. They towed my wife off down to the police station to ask her these questions. And so she separated from the kids.
I'm worried about my kids.
You're worried about the kids?
It's not because of myself. I'm so worried.
Are they gonna like kill these guys yet or what? Oh, they're all dying.
I really wish one of us can save the kids. But
Yeah, you know what? I think we might just need to go to...
This much, okay? I have no intention of separating you from your children right now. Okay? That's not my goal here.
The ghosts are resing, by the way. That had nothing to do with me.
Truth, which it sounds like you do. Okay? And obviously there are going to be consequences, but I don't decide what those consequences are. But I want to be able to go to people who make those decisions. As long as you're telling me everything, you know, I'm going to throw that in that mix.
And they didn't even read her rights. They didn't tell her that this was an investigation. And if they did, she wouldn't know the difference anyway. She doesn't watch TV. She doesn't understand that She has to be read her rights. Doesn't understand that.
And you knew that he was somewhere in the house, but you didn't know he was up in the attic?
I then asked her, you knew he, referring to Falcon, was hiding somewhere in the home, right? Miami responded, yes.
And you knew that he was somewhere in the house, but you didn't know he was up in the attic? So who told Falcon? Where was Falcon? Was Falcon in the attic?
Which I really didn't know.
Okay, well, where was he?
It seems he was in the attic.
You assumed he was in the attic?
No, I didn't. He was. I didn't know that.
I specifically asked her if her son Falcon was really in the attic the entire time. She stated she thought he was, but wasn't sure.
Did you guys build this for the purpose of this house? Is that the whole purpose of building it?
Honestly, this experiment itself is not only for this, to build, I don't know, Richard mentioned 3D LAV invention.
Right.
In the future, we want to bring it up.
Time.
Okay, so you do want to have this be a legitimate experiment and things like that.
I then turned my attention to asking her whether they built this craft specifically for the purpose of this hoax, to which she stated, he quotes her, the experiment for this type of craft is real in the future, but this craft was specifically built for the hoax. He quotes her. He quotes her. Listen to it. She never said that. That's an all-out lie. This was fed to the media. This was told to the media that she somehow admitted this. This is from Kilmer Lane Newman LLP, okay? My attorney put this out there. All right, it says here, upon reviewing the evidence, arguably, Miami could have possibly ended up being deported, and Richard could have proceeded to trial and had a good chance at an acquittal. This, however, would have put the family at grave risk of seeing a loving, caring, compassionate wife and mother ripped from the family and deported. This was not an acceptable risk, thus these pleas. So what had happened was our attorneys were talking to the prosecutor's attorneys. I never heard a word of what was going on, but our attorneys told us that this was a huge deal.
Interrogating the Heaney kids.
Miami's attorney told the Larimer County Sheriff's Department in a letter that they will not interrogate our children, because under the law they cannot do that unless the parents say that they can. So the way they get around this is they make a false claim to DHS that our kids are somehow maybe abused. Then they send a sheriff down to write down the questions or ask the questions to the person at DHS. Then they walk out of a room, enter the room where the child is, and ask them interrogating questions. How is that even legal? How can they do that? So, in this next clip, you'll see it.
Falcon, tell me about the balloon being for a TV show.
We didn't. We never wanted it to be a TV show.
Oh. Well, why was there a balloon?
We made it so we could hover over traffic.
To hover over traffic.
Listen closely, and you're
Oh,
going to
shit.
hear the deputy giving the questions to the woman interrogated.
To the garage and ask him which way to Okay. Okay. Well, we were looking at this. I'm wondering, where's the door? Where's the door to the garage?
Oh, it's down here. I just can't write it.
Did someone help you get into the attic?
No.
Huh.
I just looked everywhere to find a hiding place. I looked up. I found the attic. And I went up there.
How come you were looking everywhere to find a hiding place?
Because I'm scared of people yelling.
I knew this was gonna happen.
I need to find something.
I'll be back. Oh. That's Alright. So I need to apply some... I need to apply my raid settings here. I hate doing this, I really do, but like, I could edit one boss. I could. But why bother? And besides, the more I do it, the more I can create a blanket average for all the raids. So I don't have to keep finicking with it over and over and over again. Oh. What gear does this dude drop? I'm gonna go ahead and stop this video. The guy's obviously innocent, so we're gonna move on to the next one.
Hello, welcome back to In the Field, and I'm joined today by Adam from Your Movie Sucks. How's it going?
Hello.
Sponsored by Dashlane. February 27th, 2017. A woman comes home to deliver her husband some bad news. She has been fired from her job at Cracker Barrel. They gave no notice. They gave no reason. The husband, Brad, embraces her. A tear rolls down her cheek. Brad's hands tighten into fists. 11 years of service, he whispers under his breath. Nanette, fetch me the computer. To say I'm pissed off would be an understatement. After 11 years of service, those lowlifes at Cracker Barrel let my wife go. I would really like to know why, and those of you who know me these days know that I will find out. In the meantime, if any of you would also like to know, please go to their Facebook page and ask them. This old boy is storming. And send. That'll do it. With that, he put his arm around Nanette, and they fell asleep together on the couch. A week passes. It's Brad's birthday. Hey Nanette, has there been any word back yet on why you're fired? This old boy is still storming. She shook her head. Outrageous. Nanette, fetch me the computer again. I'm going to make another Facebook post. Today is my birthday. Why did you fire my wife? Now we wait. Don't forget your cake. Brad squinted his eyes, made a wish, and blew. He put his arm around Nanette, and again, they fell asleep together on the couch. But that night, as they dreamed, something special happened. A miracle of sorts. People started joining in. People saw the post, then semi-sarcastically also began demanding answers. Then more joined in. Then more.
You monsters fired Brad's wife.
Justice for Brad's wife. 11 years. Release Brad's wife.
The template of the joke was simple and spreadable. Promoting desserts, are we? Brad's wife used to love desserts. New item on the menu, Brad's wife would have made it twice as good. Today we remember 9/11. Brad's wife used to love 9. It spread from their Facebook to their Twitter to their Instagram to all of their social media platforms. But this wasn't your usual raid by 4chan. This was something different. An army of mostly boomers putting cracker over the barrel. It was the mums and dads of middle America leading the charge. And Brad was there as the standard bearer. He embraced the meme. "Why did you fire my wife?" he repeated. "Please share," he demanded. Soon there was nothing that Cracker Barrel could post that wouldn't immediately be turned into a discussion about the plight of poor Nanette. As always, a petition is started and goes nowhere. And once that failed, the calls started rolling in.
Hi, I have a quick question for you guys.
Yes.
Why did you guys fire Brad's wife?
So, I guess what I'm asking is if you would just go ahead and hire her back, and then we can just pretend like this whole thing didn't happen.
And what's a good harassment campaign without a soundtrack?
You just fired her on Brad's birthday.
If you wanna have your breakfast made.
But this was just the beginning. Other companies saw this meme and decided to add fuel to the fire. On social media, they were posting about Brad's wife. In IRL, they were putting up signs promoting Brad's wife. And that prompted the news to get involved.
More teens are having
Coverage from People magazine, The Mirror, Washington Post, Fortune, and many, many, many more. That's when things really started to spread out into the streets. People made posters, signs, and t-shirts. And they even started visiting the restaurant just to ask about Brad's wife.
Who's Brad?
Well, Brad's not important, but his wife, they fired her after 11 years of service.
I don't know what you're talking about.
After 11 years. On his birthday.
I heard about that. That was terrible.
Yeah, and now there's a wait time in here.
How long?
Oh, it's a long time. Cause Brad's wife isn't here.
Brad could see that things were spiraling out of control. He called on the troops not to harass the local chain. The firing was a corporate decision. Good morning. I still have not heard from said company, but I would like everyone to remember that some very good people work for them. So if you want answers, please direct questions to the Home Office. They're the ones who fired my wife. But it did little to temper things down.
You fired Brad's wife? You shall be on fire.
So in all this time, Brad still hadn't heard back from the company, and we feared that we'd never get answers. But one smooth talker succeeded in getting a few details by pretending to be a manager from the corporate office.
I got this email from my boss today stating something about Brad's wife. Do you know her personally?
Yes, sir. She was my boss.
And that's when she spilled the beans.
I think it was, she was kind of a softie, sir.
Now, from here, we could have just called it a day. But here's the thing about boomer humor. They don't know how to let a joke go. Once something is funny, it remains funny to them for years.
It's true.
And that doesn't spell good news for Cracker Barrel's social media.
See, nobody talks about Gen X like this. It's just boomers and millennials.
So, that's what the future holds for Cracker Barrel. Years more of...
Gen X just doesn't give a fuck. They've done too many drugs. Too many different kinds of drugs in their lifetime to even... They barely get out of bed in the morning. So, like, nobody makes memes about Gen X.
Hashtag Brad's wife. But what about for poor Nanette? Well, there's good news. It turns out that a lot of those offers by other businesses to hire Brad's wife weren't entirely sarcastic. 11 years of service? Come on in for an interview. Dozens and dozens of real offers started rolling in. Suddenly, Brad's wife had her pick, and she could work pretty much anywhere she wanted. And that, roughly speaking, is where the story ends. You can still visit Cracker Barrel today, and the top comment will still be some dumb shit about fire.
I'm gonna test that theory. Do they just not tweet anymore? Like, what the fuck? It's true. Holy shit. It's fucking true. I love it. I had to put a tweet on there. I never use Twitter. I never tweet on anything, but I had to add to that.
Iron Brand's wife.
Shit.
For literal
War has changed. It's an endless series of proxy battles fought by mercenaries and machines.
Does he have all of the videos for that on here or no? Hold on. Oh, I should probably log in, huh? Hold on, is this the first part? Yeah, it is.
Shia LaBeouf is an artist. Welcome to his museum. He brought you such works as watching all of his movies in a theater, back to back, and wearing a paper bag. But now he's ready to unveil his magnum opus.
He will not divide us!
He won't divide us.
Their message from Astoria, Queens, broadcast for the world to see. Camera feed will be up 24 hours a day for at least 4 years.
The media called it a triumph, the first great art of the Trump era.
Not divide us.
But unfortunately for Shire, Pole appreciates art too, and they wanted to express themselves on camera as well.
But you're so supreme. I give my life, not for honor, but for you. In my time, there'll be no one else. It's the way I fly to you.
Paul had one goal in mind, to take over the exhibit and trigger Shire.
How fast do these guys respawn? They seem to respawn pretty fast. 30 minutes? That sounds like
By day
bullshit.
2, Shire is getting sick of hearing about Pepe.
Pizzagate is real. Shia LaBeouf is a rich white liberal who doesn't care about the working class. Clearly.
Six hours later.
You will not divide us. Who's that little speaker? Whose speaker is that?
Paul learned that Shire was particularly triggered by Nazi role-playing, so it became a game to make Nazi references while he was on camera.
What's up? Bang bang. Hitler did nothing wrong.
In a rage, he sexually assaulted some dude. Then Sam Hyde showed up.
It's like poisoned?
Yo, be careful. Be nice out here. Be nice out here.
But it all came tumbling down. Off camera, because of a misunderstanding, he assaulted one of his own supporters. The police caught the event, and he was arrested. He was deported back to Los Angeles the next day. Soon after, they also had to put up a fence. A wall, if you will, and now only 5 people at a time can come in, and they are very well vetted. But credit where it's due. Although this was not good art, Shai had created one of the most fascinating things to watch on the internet.
Okay, why does he keep healing?
And here are a few of the best featured characters. The Milky Bar Pimp.
You know that's hate speech. Hate speech, yes, towards black people. Subliminal racist type of things they do. They try to say that, like, black people are lactose intolerant. Like, just purposely drink milk outside very obnoxiously. How'd you get my phone number? How'd you get my phone number? I haven't given out my phone number. Did you hear that? At the end, he said Hitler did nothing wrong. There's so many racist people calling me right now.
AIDS Bjorn.
Bjorn. I don't use the word Nazi lightly. Nazi. Make America fight Nazis again. I love you and I love these people. Fuck off, Nazi.
People started chanting, my wife's son, calling him a cuck.
Son! My right son! My right son! My right son!
The guy is standing right behind you, the pedophile.
What's your name?
Brittany Venti. I came there to trigger people, and it was great.
But there are many, many more. It is the single best reality TV show on the internet right now, and it is going on for the next 4 to 8 years.
That's why. Okay. I might actually have to edit this spell.
Is that a little
And I don't like editing spells, but I'm probably gonna have to edit this one. I could just make the bots immune to it. Maybe. We'll see. If I look in here and see something that I can edit, then no. But if I can't, then I'll just make the bots immune to it. The problem is the bots don't know how to do all that. So. Alright, here it is. What are the values? There's the die size, there's the base points. I'm just gonna make them immune to it. I'm not even sure what to edit. And I'm too lazy to make backups, so... And I don't want to wipe database again. That I can tell you. Any annoying healing spells on bosses, whether it's this or the Twin Emperors or anything like that, I'm gonna have to just shit on. Because I can't keep two bots separately. I can't do it. My Warlock tanks bots? What? You can't? No, it doesn't work. Let's see, where do they put that? Experimental? No. I'm just gonna have to search this. The config is starting to. If that's one thing they could change about this, just or reorganize the config a little bit. You know, just kind of maybe make everything like maybe put things in separate configs because they're getting really long. Because I remember back in the day, like configs for maybe like. You had your delete bot random accounts, you had your bot count, you had your account count, you had your talents, that was it. You didn't have any of this other stuff. Because they couldn't do quests or anything. But now it's just the super long config file, and I kind of wish they would reformat that. There's a lot of quality of life things that they could do, I think. Anyway, hey Michael King, how's it going? Bots will be immune to these spells. Well, you know what? We'll go ahead and add that to that list. Save. Oh. I'm gonna restart the server. Is that it? No.
Hey guys.
Not the video I want.
— 2017, the music.
I don't think that's the right one. Why are internet historians' videos so hard to find? Like, I don't understand. Is this it?
Watching though. We know what the fuck our rights are. We're watching though. You speak will not divide us.
No, that's close, but no cigar.
Shia LaBeouf is an artist.
Yes.
Welcome to his museum.
Time, guys. Let me say that. It was a really, really different time. The war happened. Yeah, I'm not surprised about that. Watch the second one? Alright, I'll watch one more, okay? Watch 3? Alright, let's just watch 3, man. Season 2 was removed. It got banned for being too spicy. Yeah, I'm not surprised about that.
Where the fuck? Where is it?
Down.
Web archive, maybe? Archive. Archive. That's not what I meant to say. Oh wow, this is old YouTube.
On February 10th, 2017, the Museum of Moving Images abandoned the He Will Not Divide Us project. However, the eternal autism of Shia LaBeouf is not to be underestimated.
Oh, I remember when YouTube used to look like this.
You bitches! You little internet fruit!
See, this isn't that wasn't the original though, was it? That just pisses me off. Maybe the hold on.
War has changed. It's an endless series of proxy battles fought by mercenaries and machines. Nanomachines inside their bodies enhance and regulate their ability.
After defeat on the battlefields of New York and New Mexico, Shia headed to a new hidden location. No more chanting or interaction. This latest exhibit would just be a flag waving arrogantly in front of a camera.
There were no landmarks, no scenery, no clues at all to its whereabouts. It would be impossible to find,
Alright.
and nothing could stop the broadcast.
Time to see if the spell immunity thing works.
Mate. And this would allow Shire to act smug for the next 4 to 8 years. That is, unless Pol's agents could find a way to track it down. Challenge accepted. It was to be the greatest game of Capture the Flag ever. Pol began organizing. They set about gathering all the information they could on the local environment, trying to match up cloud, wind patterns, and ambient noise. Because it was a live stream, they could match the time of sunset to quickly discern that the flag was somewhere in the eastern time zone. That's 2/3 of the country ruled out in one move. Others began looking into intel about Shire's whereabouts, as it was highly likely that he was present for the raising of the flag itself. As time went on, distinct noises could be heard in the background, the croaking of frogs, suggesting water nearby. Then, the second big break. In the distance, just faintly, 2 jet streams. Pol quickly opened a live feed of all of the air traffic across the eastern seaboard, but identifying these 2 lines, amongst all of this, would be a challenge. Meanwhile, social media trackers found this post. At a small town diner in Tennessee, this waitress couldn't help but brag about her run-in with Shire. It was another big break. TMZ also reported that Shire had been seen
2 minutes
flying through
done.
the area. The search was closing in on Greenville, Tennessee.
Okay.
The hunt was
I'm gonna
moving
have
much faster
have
now.
to make him immune to that
According
too. Because my whole raid is stunned right now. That's probably why. Let's see. Abilities. Okay. So I need to make him immune to this spell. And Dream Fog. Well, you know, let's try. Aura of Nature. We can go ahead and make him immune to that. Let's try to keep deep Dream Fog as a thing. I don't mind AoE sleeps. Especially since I neutered the boss. It's only fair that he keeps asleep. It's the least he could do is sleep. Imagine not being able to sleep. What kind of life is that?
To the aviation team, 2 more planes would soon be flying overhead. If they could be spotted on the live stream, Pol would have confirmation. Bingo. To further narrow down the search area, the aviation team started charting all of the flight paths of spotted planes. But they still needed more information, and as day turned to night, they got it. Pol's astronomy division used the constellations to narrow down the angle and rough position of the camera. With this, the flight paths, and some advanced trigonometry, the candidate area had been reduced way down.
Further confirmation from weather satellites backed up the claim as an agent was dispatched to the scene. As he drew close, he started honking the horn, while viewers of the live stream gave feedback as it got louder. A few minutes later, target sighted. But he couldn't just head in during broad daylight and risk Shire's wrath. Instead, he had to wait for the cloak of night. In the meanwhile, Paul got to work devising an infiltration strategy. A few hours later, the flag came down, and a MAGA hat and shirt went up. It was a beautiful moment, and it all took place on the live stream. Pol's Central Intelligence Agency had clocked Windu Season 3 in 38 hours and 14 minutes, and poor Shire was divided for a third time. Could he ever recover? Could this be the end? Well, as I was editing this video, there has been an update. The stream has gone down and the MAGA hat and shirt with it, but intel indicates that the flag will be up again soon. A drone was flown over the area, and you can see here that Shire is keeping guard of the flagless pole. In response, Operation Eagle Eye is on standby. The drone carries a sophisticated device. You can see here a MAGA hat, Confederate flag, and bucket. To find out what will happen next, stay tuned for Season 4.
Why are they still going up there? Stop going up there. And I know I'm not summoning my entire raid right now. Hold on.
Season 4 is here, and this time it's at the Fact Museum in Liverpool.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, it's jam.
Finding it wouldn't be hard. The live feed stated where the flag was. The challenge would be breaking in and taking it.
Why are they
Within the hour,
running
scouts
off?
were doing recon. Hundreds of sleeper agents on pole were activated. The planning began. Plan A. Walk in the front door, take the lift up to the roof, and steal the flag. No good. Guards already disabled access to the 3rd and 4th floor. Meanwhile, an agent stakes out the cafeteria. They learn about the museum's private security and that they're on 30-minute rotations, checking all corridors and emergency exits. Plan B. Scale the building. Here's the Fact Museum, the flag, ladder access to the platform, 24-hour CCTV, doors to the roof, and entrances to Fact and adjacent buildings. The route is simple. Walk into the neighboring complex, gain access to the roof. Across, jump over a 4-meter gap, sneak by the CCTV, and work around to the flag. Meanwhile, online, Shire and his friends were reading 4chan, ready to call the cops if they got onto the roof. So Discord teams ran counter-intel, posting fake news updates to the public forums. Plan C. Another team was experimenting with a high-wattage laser to burn the flag from a distance. Obviously that didn't work. A side quest, Operation Shadowlay, involved a Bluetooth speaker packaged in bubble wrap, which would then be lobbed onto the roof. But 5 stories up proved to be too far to throw. Next, Plan D, as well as E and F, all involved drones. One agent worked on a flamethrower assembly. Another worked on a weed whacker attachment to cut down the flag. And another would simply attach a can of paint and drop it on the camera feed itself. While these 3 were busy fine-tuning their new sex robots, the propaganda department was hard at work on MS Paint, drafting artwork to rally the troops. Plan G, trust-based infiltration. All of a sudden, Fact inboxes were flooded with unsolicited resumes for internships and janitorial positions. Maybe soon they couldn't trust their own employees. Curators of the museum were getting spooked. Already that day, they had caught someone trying to make their way onto the roof using a fake press pass. But while plans A through G were all being debated over, 3 people with no plan at all were scaling the building.
They discovered that the flagpole mechanism was locked in place with zip ties, and they hadn't brought scissors. They were almost immediately seen on the roof. Security was triggered and the police were dispatched. The 3 agents fled without getting the flag. But they managed to cause quite a scene. Police did a sweep, however, no one was arrested. But it was still mission accomplished. Fact abandoned the project. The flag and live stream were taken down. Liverpool's closed. "25 hours, another record." But this isn't the end of Shire. No, the Season 5 DLC, Hindu Cabin Fever, is almost ready.
And I don't see any footsteps. Spooky, huh? And then right beside it is this huge tree that's obviously come down recently. Tree?
Do it!
Is at it again. Sharia Lakuk has decided to once again.
This isn't even... Oh, I was one of the ones that got deleted.
Time for a quick recap. Season 1, New York. Shire's arrested. Shut it down. Season 2, New Mexico. Someone pulled a gun. Shut it down. Fine, then we'll do a shitty flag. Stolen. Season 4, another flag, but with guards. Stolen. I'm going to sit in a cabin for a month and do nothing. Mission accomplished. And that brings us to now. The flag is back. Stationary camera. Completely muted audio. No confirmed clues. Just a white flag on a white wall. Time to get to work. So, Shire won't be making a cameo this season. He has bigger concerns. Which is why his buddy, Luke Turner, featured here in Season 5, has taken over. So it goes
try
live
this
at
again.
4 p.m. GMT. The first thing to determine is the source of this light. Is it a lamp or natural? Well, it's moving very slowly and its luminosity is changing. That means there's a window. The angle of the light means the window should be about here with the camera here, so the relative positions of things in the room should be like this. Next, they wait for sunset. Sunset is 8 p.m. GMT. Okay, that puts the flag somewhere in this zone. Does Luke have a house in this area? Yes, he does. Perfect. Time to do some recon. As it gets darker, it would be easier to see a light flashing through the window. Location confirmed. 3 hours, 58 minutes. So what now? Some people tried to fuck with the Wi-Fi router. No good. And then... nothing, really. I mean, look at this. What's the bloody point? This is no better than uploading a still image and declaring victory. Especially for art. It's boring. Now this was creating discussion. It was arguably the greatest reality TV show of the last decade. But instead we have this. So we're waiting. And we're waiting. And we're waiting. Until... holy shit, there's a fly on the flag. People flocked back to the stream. The flag itself made for a makeshift Ouija board. What was he communicating? What clues could this fly provide? D? H? High definition. Why? What does it mean? Of course, people like to watch television in high definition,
particularly when there's a football game or Game of Thrones or something, and when that happens, often people order food in so that they don't have to miss anything. The most common kind of delivered food is pizza. That's it. Send the house dozens of pizzas. Oh, alright. They did this, let me just say, they did this, and they shouldn't have, because it's, come on, it's not funny. I mean, it's a little bit funny, but it's not right. You animals do that kind of thing. Don't do that thing. Look, as I'm making this video, nothing really has happened outside of...
So I
tracking
need to
down
make him immune to the dream fog. Apparently. I'm just gonna have to start looking at every raid boss that I'm about to go against and decide what the bots can and can't handle, make them immune, and adjust the damage rates accordingly to compensate for the fact that half the spells aren't doing anything to the bots. That's just what I'm gonna have to do. So, again, to the devs, I very much appreciate you adding this immune option. Because if it wasn't for that, I would have ended the stream 30 minutes ago, and I would still be trying to figure out what the fuck to do. So, appreciate that a lot. I'll be right back. I get another beer. Though I will still say that the peak of this is to have a config file, that's a separate config file that's literally just adjusting individual raid boss spells and their effectiveness without having to go into Heidi SQL. If you can do that, that's the peak.
Better look outside, baby. And there's a squirrel. Baby. Look outside. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's awesome. You must have been real stupid. How long it takes you to get out of this ornament? That's always
Alright, let's try this again. It should be fine this time.
Flag. No one has taken it. There have been plans to give it an upgrade. But there's a good chance that nothing will happen, that the stream will be like this for the next 3.5 to 7.5 years. But, after 5 long seasons, the only way he can say he will not divide us is by locking himself and the flag away from the world. But I suppose there's a bigger question here to be asked. If a man protests with a flag, but no one tunes in to see it, did the protest ever really happen? It was the show that should have ended seasons ago. A man, perhaps undivided, but almost certainly alone.
As you might have heard already, Shia's little art project moved to France in what some people are calling He Will Not Divide Us Season 7. There have been numerous attempts to break into the building. The Lalou Unique Tower.
Whatever.
This video is all the fault of Skillshare. And they left it with this cliffhanger.
No! Oh my god, no! No!
And then nothing happened. Well, nothing came out. So people said, well, hey, you know, hey buddy, when's the next one? And nothing was said. In late 2012, Mountain Dew held an online contest, dubbed the Dew. They said, hey internet, you choose the name of our new apple-flavored drink. Let's put it to an online poll. Rumor has it their marketing team was already set on a few names like Tempest or Electric Apple or Extreme Apple. However, 4chan soon found out about the contest, and they had
The
their
fuck
own
was what?
recommendations. Hitler Did Nothing Wrong was the #1 pick, and Gushing Granny was a close second. Plenty of other creative names were put forward too. Here's a quick montage. They added, Mountain Dew salutes the Israeli Mossad for demolishing 3 towers on 9/11, and made the Rickroll video autoplay when people visited the homepage. Etiquette. Etiquette. What is etiquette? Warty, Lady Feathersham. Is pinkies out good etiquette? No. Wrong fork, Mr. Blackwell. Is it proper etiquette to eat M&Ms with a spoon? Mr. Druckmann, you haven't touched your sandwich. Is it about holding the door for a woman? For the last time, Mrs. Fairfax. Elbows off the table. Yes, hello. Can't you see you're interrupting our dining experience? How rude. All this and get cultured AF on this episode of In the Quarantine.
How rude does your waiter need to be before you feel the need to say something?
Well, that's a good one.
Right. What if they spill a second glass of...
Hold on. Fight him. Fight him. Come on. Get up here. Fuck him up. I'm gonna die, but that's okay. Maybe. dead. Is he dead? Where'd he go? See, that's not supposed to happen either. When I summon bots when I'm dead, it's supposed to only bring the alive ones to me. This is so fucking stupid, man. And they're supposed to be immune to that ability, by the way. But I guess it's fair. I literally can't move. What, no loot? Supposed to drop the loot. Oh. Respawn. I said respawn. You don't drop anything. Yeah, hold on. I will just not die him. There. Now I can fucking loot him. For some reason it won't let me loot him before. Okay, now I need to respawn this one. and then delete them. One day, I have my I sit on a computer that I'm going to use as a server/media center, and when I get that, you'll be the first, second, third, seventh person to know. Wait, was that even what I needed to get? Fragment of Nightmare's Corruption. Is that what he drops? No. Fragment of the Nightmare. Oh, the boss doesn't even drop it. Let's fought the boss for no fucking good reason. Well, everything is gonna be when I do it, it'll be with Hamachi. So you'll have to get Hamachi to connect to it, because that's a pretty secure way to do it. And it's also easier, and it provides better connection quality, because it's also Hamachi is also a local network emulator, so the connection quality is better. It's the original VPN. When people think of VPNs nowadays, they think of proxies. Okay, VPNs are proxies. Anything that makes it look like that you're from another country or wherever, that's a proxy. For some reason, they decided to change the definition of things. VPNs are virtual private networks. Okay, so Hamachi would be a VPN. You probably know this. Not a lot of people do. When they think VPN, they think NordVPN. It's like, no, that's fucking proxy. And Hamachi's still out there, and they're still the best. So I guess I didn't have to kill that boss. So since I did that, to save time, you didn't see that. I thought I had to kill the boss to get that. Apparently, you know. So what is Oh, I'll hold on to that. Yeah, I used to use Hamachi back in the day for playing certain games with friends all the time, because when you only have like so many online friends, you tend to gravitate towards like co-op games and shit, like SWAT. We used to play SWAT all the time. Serious Sam. Welcome home. Love you too.
Goodbye.
Hmm?
I lost my voice while I was at work.
Why? From what?
From LA.
Why?
Because I was training. And it's too late. I got mad.
Why was it like noisy or something? Yeah, this is actually nice. Like my wishes come true, where you actually talk like a normal volume instead of yelling when you talk.
This is like whispering.
Yeah, that's whispering. Now you know. Now you know what whispering is. I'm so happy for you. When I say I want you to whisper, that's what you're supposed to sound like. That's karma. Do you want to smoke? Would that suit your throat at all? A little menthol? I want to smoke. She always seems upset for being a woman. Michael King says you seem upset. Oh, you can't really defend yourself. So. Anyway. Camera's on.
She's like, what's wrong with her? It's like it's from all the I'm training into. Excited day.
Did you see my boots?
Very nice. They look like the ones I
We're made in China.
do.
I realized that I was halfway home, so. The ones that were made in America were like 250 bucks. And they were like really snug and compressed on my feet. And at first it was uncomfortable, but the more I thought about it, the more I was like, wait, maybe that's actually a good thing.
Here, just don't come. You can go on.
Tell Laura you got to go bye-bye. Yeah, we got to go bye-bye to the store. And you, I'm gonna tell her, you were a bad dog.
The goat. She gulped.
You were barking at Big Lots before we left. So much that I said you're not allowed to bark outside. And you couldn't bark outside either. And the next time you do that, we're immediately going to drop what we're doing and we're going to take you to the car. And you're just going to sit in there, think about what you did.
She's like, yeah, take me away from me all day.
Nope. Cigarettes and assholes. That'll get your voice back.
It doesn't actually hurt.
It usually doesn't.
Damn. This is fuck. When I try to talk like normally, it actually kind of starts to hurt.
Anyway. Anyway, come on. I will be on until dinner is ready, so probably like 30 minutes. Is everybody repaired? I don't remember. Yep, everybody's repaired. So I need to go to the next place. Oh. Actually, I need to restart the server because I'm not fighting a raid boss anymore. After this, it's the only time I'm doing separate shipping sands. I said I was going to do it on every version of the game. I'm not going to. This is the only time I'm doing it. For now on, every time, I'm just going to do all the raids. Raid the capitals. That's it. For now on, it's the only time I'm doing this quest line. It's a pain in the ass. And I have the utmost respect for everybody that ever did it. Ever. Legitimately. If you do it how I do it, you're just as much of a piece of shit as I am. But if you did it legitimately, my heart goes out to you.
What are you looking for?
What am I looking for? Like, I just want to ride, dude.
That they're telling me. First time it's an accident, I don't think anybody would make that a problem. They come back to get you your replacement soda. They trip on the first drink that they spilled. They haven't cleaned it up. They just immediately went to get you another drink.
Okay.
Fumble it.
And they go, I'm so sorry, sir. Fashion. Fashion. What is fashion? Is this a fashion? How come all fashion needs to... The cool thing about this is a full-on plate. You could have a cheese platter and... Food. Food.
And it holds cards.
Okay. ...2015. Downtown Paris.
I don't think I've heard this one yet, actually.
It was another night like all the rest. I'd been on the force for nearly 40 years. Seen just about everything.
The Scepter of the Shifting Sands quest line, which involves multiple raids, multiple reputation grinding, and it is actually the only quest line in which you could have the outdoor raid with the shark and Ashara. It's the only way you can see him. And you know what? You know fucking what? When I'm done, I'm just gonna add him as an NPC. I'm gonna use the NPC add command, and I'm just gonna put him in the water right there, so I can go fight him whenever I want. But in reality, this is the only way you can fight him.
Was looking forward
You'll
to
see.
retiring
You'll see
tomorrow.
someday if you
Me
haven't
and the
already.
missus picked out a little bungalow in Karachi. Then I got the call. The biggest damn case of...
I don't need luck. I need patience, because I can adjust everything that I need to adjust. Like the Sylphid fragments, they weren't dropping. There's like a bug on the server core. They literally weren't dropping. I go to Heidi SQL. It says they have 100% to drop, a chance to drop on most mobs, and then there's some that they have a 50% chance to drop. I killed like 30, 40 mobs, and none of them dropped. So it's a bug. Har Sylphid bug. But they weren't dropping. So I gave up. I added the 200 to my shit, and then I fucking maxed my rep out. See? Hold on. Let's see. Look. I added so many points to my rep, and now I'm revered here. I didn't mean to be revered. I mean to be just like friendly, but whatever. I don't care at this point.
Well, Mudasir, looks like you're going away
The
for a
fragments?
long time.
Oh, that's a funny story too. The fragments. If you try to add 200 fragments, I don't know if it's just like 200 items, period, but if you try to add 200 fragments to your character through GM commands, you crash the server. I shit you not. I had to go by 20s, and I just copied and pasted a command and just went 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, till I got 200.
Your DNA is all over the body. Tell us what happened. Not talking? Fine. How about I start and you just fill in the blanks?
No, I have to get another beer. You know what? I'm just so inconvenienced right now. I'm just so inconvenienced. Between WoW and having to get up and get a beer, it makes Ethiopia sound like a pretty decent place to take a vacation, does it not? Shit. Fuck. You're out of drinks? Never mind what I said. You have it far worse than I do. I feel bad for you, sir.
It started years ago. You had a best friend, Asif. Snappy dresser. Had a pet goat, Bakri. You and Asif did everything together. Why, you two were practically attached at the hip. But you had your ups and downs.
I'm listening to Internet Historian
you two
videos.
clashed. In fact, for years, tensions between you were building. The bad days started outweighing the good, and eventually, Asif had had enough. On September 13th, Asif fired up MS Paint. And he posted this. Friendship ended with Mudasir. Now Salman is my best friend. He had broken up with you, and he had done it on Facebook. The most official kind of announcement you can make. He said you were proudy, you give attitude, and you would no compromise. The friendship was over. You two were no longer on speaking terms. But it was from here that things spun out of control. Because a couple of days later, that
I never did
post
restart the server,
went
did I?
viral. It got 13,000 reactions, 10,000 comments, and 5,900 shares.
Oh, I
The guys
don't.
over on the subreddit Are Indian People Facebook quickly picked up the story and promoted it to the front page of Reddit, with 9,300 upvotes. Soon, not just your friends, but the whole world knew about the breakup. Why? That must have been embarrassing for you. Could really make a man lash out. Perhaps even seek revenge?
It's no good. He ain't giving nothing.
He's giving attitude.
This thing blew up huge. Gorka wrote a piece. Then about 100 other tabloids too.
Everybody is crying and so upset.
Feels like the end of the world.
How do we explain how this is possible?
And to make matters worse, Asif was still posting on Facebook. Here he is, uploading images with his new friends, living it up, while you were all alone. But the people mourned with you, Mudasir. Heartbroken onlookers tried to force you two back together with an online petition, although that failed miserably. A week later, on September 24th, Asif agrees to do an AMA on...
Yo, those nachos are going to cook themselves, woman.
Now, Asif is a straightforward guy.
Oh.
He tells it like it is. He says, yeah, like we are in heaven with our Mudasir. But he also has a big heart. Just come to me. Don't even apologize. Just come to me and we will again be best friends. But you didn't answer the call. You continued being proudy. Then something more interesting happened. Asif mentioned in a comment that his pet goat, Bakri, had died, and someone else pointed the finger squarely at you, Mudasir. We got involved. We'll return to this detail later. Over the next few days, Asif's friend count grew rapidly. The post had brought him fame, so he made himself a fan page titled Prince Asif Raza Rana, and it quickly gained over 4,000 members. Now, while some people took this situation with the seriousness and gravity that it deserved, there were a few people who took the whole thing as a joke.
I like burritos too. I like pretty much anything Mexican, unless it has avocado, then I don't like it anymore. It's weird because I like guacamole, but I don't like avocado. Explain that.
Shocking. But all anyone wanted was for you two to get back together. Cease your proudy ways, Mudasir. Calls from all around the world rang
Taco
out.
Bell opened up in Scotland?
Would you ever answer?
What? What?
Hello?
There's gotta be better alternatives.
Well, on October 16th you did. And it was goddamn beautiful. You and Asif got back together. Reunited at last. Phew, that was a rough 3 weeks. The world was overjoyed. The boys were back. Naturally, news picked up on the story. And even you yourself made a declaration that you were no longer proudy. You did good, kid. What's more, the rekindled friendship didn't mean Selman was thrown to the wayside. No way. He was part of the crew now. The lads from Ganjaranwala were an unstoppable force. Over the months, you and Asif continued posting pictures of your adventures. Still together, and still great friends. But the fame didn't end there for Asif. When it was revealed he was single, he was soon bombarded with the adoration of thousands of female fans. He was even approached to do a commercial for a local beauty parlor. We managed to dig it up from the archives.
साल से हैं और अब तो उन्होंने एकेडमी का भी बकायदा आगाज कर दिया है तो भाई एडमिशन करवा दीजिए.
Now, some people are saying that you two recently broke up again, but that's fake news, because here you are in a live stream just a few months ago. And in 2017, everything comes full circle when Asif became a moderator on Our Indian People Facebook. So that's about it. That's the whole story if I've got everything right. Oh, but there is one more thing.
This is it.
Where were you on the night that Asif's goat Bakri died? Our forensic team has looked over the body extensively. No apparent wounds or external injuries. We can rule out suicide. But there are only a few things that can cause instant goat death, or IGD as we call it here in the department. Let's go over a couple of those now. Anthrax? Highly unlikely in a metropolitan area. Parasite infestation? Again, unlikely in a city.
Yeah.
Stress? The
Especially
timeline
since when you get the
is
tacos there, they're already cold,
Pneumonia.
so.
Again, highly unlikely in the middle of a Pakistan summer. So that about narrows us down to two things. A congenital health problem, or
poisoning. Did you do it? No. Oh. Okay, well, you're free to go. But hey, that's just a theory. A goat theory. Thoughts are watching. I know your killer is out there somewhere. I will avenge you, Bakri.
Oh, let's listen to something more WoW-esque here.
I'm in shock.
It's a true story.
What? Here we go.
True story.
What the fuck?
Let me turn this up just a little bit.
Darkest secret exposed. Wait, what the fuck? Is this a story?
I'm going to start this off by saying whatever the hell you do not look in the comment section below.
Smart.
Though I don't usually get many, if any, comments on my productions, the ones that are there will no doubt spoil what is to come.
Okay.
So go into full screen mode and let me show you this.
Alright.
Because I promise you, it's going to blow your mind. I believe I've made a WoW discovery that literally no one else has ever found.
Okay.
No matter how much I try to look it up, there's never any results. No DuckDuck searches, no YouTube videos, nothing.
Okay.
And that's pretty damn surprising, considering this is a game from 2004 that we're talking about here. This is the vanilla WoW world map. As you can see, there's only two continents, Eastern Kingdoms and Kalimdor.
It is.
Let me ask you a question. Out of all the zones in these two continents, which one is the most forgettable?
Out of all the zones, which one is the most forgettable? I'm really trying to think about this in like a legitimate way. Dustwall Marsh. I think Duskwall Marsh is the most forgettable, irrelevant zone in Classic WoW. It was so bad, they updated it with new quests twice. No, Badlands, Onyxia? Oh, Onyxia.
It's probably out of the kitchen now.
Oh, shit. Oh, my God.
You're gonna want to smoke again, woman.
Deadwind Pass? Probably Deadwind Pass, yeah.
I'll give you a
think
few
that's fair.
seconds to think about it.
I personally think that one pass is one of the greatest zones in the game. Just because there's so much mystery.
Maybe Deadwind Pass. Ashara? I liked Ashara. I thought Ashara was cool.
Alright, time's up. I imagine that the vast majority of people probably answered with Desolus, Silithus,
There it is.
Alterac Mountains, Deadwind Pass.
Yeah.
You know, the usual
There he is. Go
suspects.
fuck him up.
But there's one
Go
zone
fuck
in
him up.
Vanilla WoW that literally everyone knows about, but is almost universally forgotten.
Stone Talon Mountains?
And that zone is Stone Talon Mountains. Stone Talon Mountains is a contested zone that shares a border with the Barrens and Desolus.
Right.
The fact that it's a contested zone is quite interesting in of itself, as despite there being many low-level Horde quests available here, for Alliance players, there's almost nothing at all.
Yeah, I
In
was
fact,
here.
I'd be willing to bet that if you're an Alliance main like me, you've probably never even been here before. The zone itself has an extremely unusual design, and there
Okay.
really is nothing else like it in the game. It's essentially one giant valley that connects to 3 different open chasms that are completely different to one another.
Okay.
Due to the zone's odd layout and frustrating quests, even many Horde players tend to skip it entirely when leveling.
That's fair.
But I'm not here to talk about the zone or even its quests,
Yeah.
but something much, much weirder. We all know that
Smoke.
WoW has a day-night cycle that is in sync with the server's time zone.
Yes.
If it's daytime in real life, then it will be daytime in game 2.
They've changed
If it's
this.
nighttime in real life, then it will be nighttime in game 2.
I think so.
A zone's atmosphere can change significantly depending on whether it's day or night.
Okay.
But this is true especially for Stone Talon Mountains.
What?
During the day, Stone Talon Mountains just looks and feels like...
Like, that's the thing, though, like, it's weird. If you look at Silithus, there's really nothing going on there, either. But it's just a shitty zone. It's just so bad. I don't think anybody liked... This is the thing. Nobody liked fighting the Silithid. Nobody. Because every time you had a quest for the Silithid, it involved going into this maze, labyrinth, giant fucking hive, whether it was in Feralas or Tanaris, whatever, and going down to the very depths of it, and then you had to come back out, or Hearth if you were lucky, Hearth. It was annoying. It was shit, and the Silithid is uninteresting as hell. And the only time people did not mind fighting Silithid is in AQ. Then it was okay, because it's a raid. It's epic. But anytime that you had to fight him other than that, it was just... Oh my god, what's... I'd rather get the crab legs and swap a Saros again than fucking fight Silithid. It's just boring. It's just a boring enemy type. Then when pass, you had some birds and you had an ogre camp. I really wish there was at least 1 or 2 quests involving the ogre camp. I might actually make some just for my server. That sounds great. And then you had Karazhan, when in vanilla wasn't even open, but you had a bunch of level 60 like ghosts running around. That was pretty cool.
Like a pretty typical looking place.
Yeah.
A bit of trees here, a bit of grass there.
Sure.
But at night, this zone, and the way it feels to be in it...
Maraudon, you know what? I honestly... This is going to be an unpopular opinion. And I'm probably only saying this because I never did BRD pre-Kata with real people. Only done it with bots, and it's frustrating as hell with bots. But I'm going to just say, from my experience, I like Maraudon better than BRD.
Almost.
And they were both giant, sectional, 5-man dungeons. Anyway, I'm going to refine this a little bit.
Much weirder. We all know that WoW has a day-night cycle that is in sync with the server's time zone.
Yes.
If it's daytime in real life, then it will be daytime in game 2.
They've changed
If it's
this.
nighttime in real life, then it will be nighttime in game 2.
I think so.
A zone's atmosphere can change significantly depending
You're not
on whether
winning
it's
that
day or
battle.
night.
Okay.
But this is true especially for Stone Talon Mountains.
What?
During the day, Stone Talon Mountains just looks and feels like a pretty typical looking place.
Yeah.
A bit of trees here, a bit of grass there.
Sure.
But at night, this zone, and the way it feels to be in it, almost completely changes. From the hours of midnight to 5 a.m., music no longer plays in the zone. Instead, all you can hear is this strange wind ambience that sounds really freaky.
I need you to kill the bodyguard, guys.
What's weirder is that at night, the entire zone has this creepy red tint to it for seemingly no reason. And there's a ton of fog that limits how far you can see.
Yeah.
Not sure if you can really notice it here, but the difference when it's daytime is really, well, night and day.
Well, let's see it.
Now, obviously, when I
good.
first discovered this,
That's good.
I was confused just as much as you probably are. Why is it like this?
Why
no
does
other
it?
zone has effects like
Why
these at
is
night. It just seems weird.
Yeah.
And again, no matter how much I looked into it, no one had an answer. But that's not even why I'm making this, because, yeah, it's weird, but it could just be some sort of attempt at atmospheric immersion.
Absolutely.
No, I'm making this because of a strange phenomenon that kept happening to my character here.
What?
If you know me, then you'll know that I'm pretty much nocturnal, as in, seriously nocturnal.
What the fuck?
I'm always up at night and in the early hours of the morning because that's just how I like it.
Okay.
As a result, whenever I play WoW, it's always in the dark. That's how I noticed how weird Stone Talon Mountains was in the first place. In classic WoW, I had an orc warrior called Warzerk that I would occasionally level up to see what the Horde side of the game was like.
Got it.
Just a way to relax and see what I would have otherwise missed out on my Alliance main.
I never did this.
Stone Talon Mountains
at all.
Was one of the zones I ended up leveling in. I remember being taken aback at what a weird, almost psychedelic dreamscape the zone felt like. It reminded me of somewhere where a nightmare would take place, but again, I didn't think anything of it until this happened. This is a screenshot I took at 2:14 AM on the 20th of October 2020.
Your
I'm in the
character's dead.
Windshear Crag
Okay.
part of the zone, and as you can see, my character is dead.
Right.
You're probably thinking that a mob must have got me or something, but no. The reason I took this screenshot is because my character just died instantly for no reason whatsoever.
What
I was
the
just
fuck?
running around doing some quest when he just dropped dead. At first I thought that maybe a high-level rogue had got me, then vanished or something, but I didn't see any. And according to my combat log, nothing happened. He just died.
The character just died.
I kept this screenshot because I thought I would put it in a future production of mine, as at the time there was a lot of uproar about how badly Blizzard maintained classic WoW, with there being a ton of bots and gold sellers
I
flying
remember
around.
that.
I figured it wouldn't be out of the ordinary for there to be bugs like this too, as, after all, this is Blizzard we're talking about here.
I've had that happen to me too, actually. I remember my character's been killed by invisible mobs. It happened to me during my Iron Man challenge in WoW. Like, yeah, this has happened to me too.
Either way, I rezzed up and carried on with my questing before heading off for the night. 24 hours later, and I am, once again, questing in the Windshear Crag. Everything was going smoothly until once again, bam. It happened again. Instant death, no combat log, just dead. I had never experienced anything quite like this. I mean, yeah, WoW could be buggy, but it's never been this bad. I looked back at the screenshot I took the night before and noticed something really unusual. The time of death on both shots was exactly the same. 2:14 AM.
This has gotta be fake.
That was just way too much of a coincidence
This
to
gotta be
ignore.
fake.
I tried to make a post on r/classicwow to ask if anyone knew what kept happening to my character.
Okay,
But
smart.
it got removed, and then I was banned for no reason.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
pretty
makes
standard.
sense.
I decided that this was way too much of a coincidence to ignore. So, I conjured a plan.
Okay.
The next night, at 2:14 AM, I would have my recorder on, just in case my character died again,
That would make
so that I
sense.
would have proof of this weird bug in action. The
Well, let's see
following
it.
is what I captured.
Wow. It's lit.
Nothing. I waited around for a few minutes longer, but it just wasn't happening. I figured that it really must have been just a weird coincidence.
Yeah.
Feeling disappointed, I turned off my recorder and carried on questing. But then, boom. It happened.
Bro, is this like an alien thing? Bro, like, I feel like I've seen this before. It's like, y'all ever realize and think about a little fucking thing, a hypothetical population thing, like this, the fact that like God stopped doing miracles whenever they invented cameras? Wasn't that weird? Wasn't that like, it's just a weird coincidence that those two things lined up? But what a coincidence, like that's crazy, man. Cause he used to do like all these crazy things like moving the sun around and just, you know, these like massive things that would happen, like God would do all this stuff. And then like whenever they invented cameras, like he just decided, he's like, man, let's pump the brakes on this whole moving the sun around shit.
Again. This time at 2:47 AM. 3 deaths in a row on 3 different days.
Wonder what happens
Why
when I
was
hit
this one at
someone
a
in
different
guild
time
chat.
than the others? The only difference I noticed between the last shot and the first two is that on the last one, I was at the Charred Vale part of the zone. Whereas
Okay.
with the first two, I was in the Windshear Crag. So, I had another idea. What if I went to the Windshear Crag at 2:14 AM and had my recorder on then instead? maybe there it would happen again.
Okay, that makes
So,
sense.
Once again, I set my character there and waited.
You know what I failed to realize? That my bots are gonna be there. Shit.
Holy shit. I now had video evidence of this so-called bug in action. But honestly, at this point, I was starting to think there has to be something more to this. Out of curiosity, I wondered that if I went to the Charred Vale at 247 again, if it would happen there too. Sure enough, it did.
Zanzel's slow killing poison with him removing the debuff? The debuff counter? Maybe? That's the best. That's my best guess. That's my best fucking guess.
2:14 a.m. in the Windshear
No, it's
Crag
not
and
unstuck.
2:47 a.m.
Because there's
in
an
the Charred
animation
Vale.
for unstuck.
I didn't know what it was, but for some reason, at those times, my character would always just drop dead. It was as if there was an invisible GM playing some sort of practical joke or something like that.
Yeah.
But we're not done yet. At the very top of the zone lies the third chasm, the Stone Talon Peak.
I see.
A very leafy and soothing place compared to the other two. I wondered if the weird deaths occurred there too. Sure enough, they did. 2:28 a.m. I tested this again the next day, and it happened yet again. 2:14 a.m. in the Windshear Crag, 2:47 a.m. in the Charred Vale, 2:28 in the Stone Talon Peak. Every night, at those times, my character would die without failure or explanation.
What
It
the
would never
fuck?
happen in the valley part of the zone, only in the chasms at those exact times.
What the fuck?
This wasn't a coincidence at this point. I tried to see if anyone else was in the zone at the same time as me, but literally no one ever was. Not too surprising, as this character is on Dragonfang, which is, yeah, a very dead server to say the least. None of my friends still played, so I couldn't exactly ask them to get a subscription just to test this. And whenever
Okay.
I would ask other people to come to Stone Talon Mountain so that I could watch them drop dead,
They'd probably say
were
no, right?
surprisingly uncooperative.
Fuck off,
I
yeah.
decided to do some hardcore research to see if anyone else had noticed this, scrubbing almost the entire internet for even a nugget of information. But alas, nothing. Well, nothing, except that 2 years ago, back when Classic WoW launched, an old Blizzard developer who had long since left the company, Mike Crond, did a Q&A on the r/WoW subreddit, whereby he answered people's questions about what it was like developing the vanilla game. In his opening remarks, he mentioned that he was behind zones such as Desolus, Feralas, Ashenvale, and Stone Talon Mountains. Despite the Q&A being 2 years ago now, I noticed that Mike was very active on Reddit, albeit
Talking about
almost
COVID.
always posting about non-WoW related
I'm just trying to
stuff.
get
About
one
being
fucking
enemies.
item,
I'm
man.
not usually one to pry, but man, if anyone knew what was going on here, it would be this guy. And
Right.
I'm in way too deep to quit now. I just had to ask. So I did.
Smart.
Now, I'm going to be honest, I had no idea how to open a conversation with a guy who I don't know, and who doesn't know me.
Right.
I'm not a journalist, I'm a WoW player. By nature, I'm very anti-
Hey, dude. That's how you do it.
So apparently I'm just gonna have to fight all the dragons. Whether I want to or not. So I'm just gonna go back to my other settings here. And restart my server.
Hey, dude. Yo, man. Hey. That's how I literally just say to anybody, like, that's all it is.
antisocial and tend not to talk to people unless they talk to me. But this guy wasn't just going to talk to me by himself. so I decided to try to play it cool. Didn't want to come off as too pushy or anything like that. So I said, "Hey there, is it true you worked on Vanilla WoW back in the day?" Honestly, I didn't expect to get an answer, but shockingly enough, he responded almost instantly. Yup. Well, it's better than nothing,
6 in the morning.
The ice was broken. I just had a question about one of the zones. Nothing serious, just some trivia that I wondered if you could answer. 2 minutes later, shoot. Talkative guy. I've been on Classic WoW recently and leveling up in Stone Talon Mountains. I've noticed that for some reason, my character dies at set times in the early hours of the morning for seemingly no reason. I know it sounds bonkers, but do you have any idea why that is? It's been driving me crazy for days now. After I asked this, the guy just went completely silent. I'll be honest, I was pretty pissed off. If anyone would know why, it would be this guy.
Yeah,
and
I'd
he
be
just
pissed.
bailed on me for no reason.
Yeah.
I figured that all hope was lost and that I'd never know what was behind this.
To be fair, if you're still leveling in Stone Talon for like a week or more, I don't think MMOs are for you. Like, even I can get out of there within like a day or two.
And with my
Stone Talon's a bastard too. Like, there's really not that much in terms of quests there. There's like, I think Alliance. I want to say Alliance has better quests because Horde gets their Stone Talon quests from the Barons. And then there's one neutral, like, I want to say it's like a wanted poster for a spider or something. So they have to go all the way to the crossroads to get quests. I want to say it's crossroads, could be wrong. They have to go all the way to crossroads to get quests for Stone Talon, while Alliance, they just go up to the northwestern part of the zone, and they get quests there. I don't know. It's just easier for Alliance, in my opinion.
Audience, there was no way I could make a big enough deal out of it to try
Most
to get
things
people
are.
to figure it out.
Makes sense.
So, case closed, I guess.
Alright.
Or so I thought. I am not joking with you. 10 months later, I
What?
get another message from
10
him.
months?
The message literally just said, "The SoCal Lady Killer." I'm like, what? No response. Guy just goes completely quiet again. The SoCal Lady Killer? What the heck was that? I thought that perhaps he had meant to message someone else and this was sent to me by accident. Decided to look into it and this is what came up. The SoCal Lady Killer is the nickname given to an unidentified serial killer who is believed to be behind the murder of 3 women in Southern California throughout the years of 1995 and 1996. Though there is no direct evidence that links the 3 murders together, the modus operandi of the killer was seemingly identical in all of the cases, with the victims' bodies being mutilated in an almost identical fashion each time. The 3 women, all of which were prostitutes, were believed to be lured to a secluded area by the killer, whereby they were then murdered.
This sounds like something somebody from Blizzard would program into the game, yeah. Yeah, after the recent developments, yeah, I could see this. Sure.
Again, I had no idea what this had to do with what I asked, until I read this part. The first victim was 28-year-old Whitney Fangson.
Damn.
On the 2nd of August 1995, her body was found on the outskirts of the Wind Shear Lumber Mill. Police reports state that she was officially declared dead at 2:14 a.m.
Bro, I don't believe this. I don't believe this. I don't believe this. All right. I don't believe this. There's no way. Like, there's no way. It's not on here. Yeah, it's not on here. Like, it's not on here. Like, yeah, right. I don't see it.
4 months later, on the 5th of December 1995, 25-year-old Sophie Riven was found in an almost identical state at a hotel room in the nearby village of Los Chared. Police reports state that she was declared dead at 2:47 a.m. The third and final victim was 32-year-old Amy Rassan, who 2 months later, on the 17th of February 1996, was found dead by climbers at the base of Sokol Peak. Police reports state that she was declared dead at 2:28 a.m. Windshear Lumber Mill was the basis for Windshear Crag. Los Chared was the basis
Alright,
for
time
the
to kill this
Charred
boss.
Vale. Sokol Peak was the basis for Stone Talon Peak. In addition, the timing of the victims' deaths correlate exactly with the
I don't want
timing
to, but
of
apparently
their
I have
encounters.
to.
The mystery
Bro, no
had been
way.
solved. The seemingly random deaths are an Easter egg referencing the SoCal Lady Killer. But that's a pretty weird Easter egg.
It's a little
Don't you
morbid.
think? I went to ask Mike what on earth made him want to add that in the game. But again, I got no response. But this time, it was different. You see, in the past when I was blanked, Mike was still actively using Reddit obsessively on a daily basis. But ever since that last message, he had stopped completely. Not many people know this, but the state of California actually has an online public database of all its residents that states basic information about them, such as their criminal record, driving viability,
Without being asleep
and yes,
all the time.
whether they are dead or alive. Well, you're never gonna believe what I found. Michael John Crond, 54.
That's true. I do like
by
sleeping
suicide
a lot.
on the
Like sleeping
13th
for
of
24
August,
hours if I can.
2021, the exact same day that he last messaged me. Ladies and gentlemen, Mike Crond, World of Warcraft developer from 2004 to 2006, was the SoCal Lady Killer. Stone Talon Mountains, a zone
Bro.
which he designed, is nothing more than a direct reference to the
what the
crimes he
fuck?
committed 10 years prior to joining
What
Blizzard.
the
It is an open mockery of his victims, hiding the truth in plain sight while taking great pleasure in how no one else can see it. Typical serial killer behavior.
That's actually true.
But if you aren't convinced yet, then let me show you this. Every single chasm has a rare mob that is a direct reference to one of the victims.
What?
Whitney Fangson died outside of the Windshear Lumber Mill. Meanwhile, in the Windshear Crag, there's an NPC called Taskmaster Whipfang. Sophie Riven died in Los Chared. Meanwhile, in the Charred Vale, there's an NPC called Sister Riven. Amy Rassan died on the base of Sokol Peak. Meanwhile, in the Stone Talon Peak, there's an NPC called Sentinel Amma Rassan. The cherry on top. In the only safe place in the entire zone, the Sunrock Retreat, is an NPC called Crond. Crond, the Butcher. So the question you're probably asking yourself is, why? Why would he commit suicide? Well, the answer becomes crystal clear if we go back to the SoCal Lady Killer's wiki page. It reads, after being a cold case for over 25 years, on the 2nd of August 2021, LAPD Police Chief Ed Jens announced that the SoCal Lady Killer case had been reopened due to advances in forensic technology that may help finally bring the victims some justice. Mike Crond knew that he was about to be found out. Thus, he ended his own life as to escape justice. But folks, do you want to know the worst part about all of this?
What?
The worst part is, I just made all that up. That's right, Mike Crond is not a serial killer. In fact, Mike Crond isn't even real. Hell, his picture isn't even real. It was generated by an AI. There's no such thing as the SoCal Lady Killer, and my character didn't even die randomly in the Stone Talon Mountains. I just got a friend of mine to use the neutral auction house to trade me a dark rune. Hell, even the character isn't even the same. So, the question
It was a
you
dark
must be asking
rune.
is,
Okay.
why did I make up this entire story?
This is good.
Well, you see, it's simple. If I can come up with an interesting and somewhat believable story that grips people enough to keep them listening for 20 minutes about the pissing stone talon mountains, no less, then Blizzard has no excuse to not write a good story of their own, especially with their ridiculously overpaid writing team at their disposal. Dear WoW lore team, get it together, you absolute amateurs.
Oh my god.
Making this, folks. However, to say that the last week has been an unexpected surprise would be an understatement. I noticed that a video I made almost a year ago now had received a sudden increase in views of 2,100%.
Wow!
When I saw the top comment, I knew immediately what had happened.
What was it?
You know, folks, it's a very strange experience to watch someone watch you, who you've been watching for a long time.
Oh, look
Back
at
in
that.
the day, I was a massive WoW achievement hunter. The sort of
Jeez, what a
player who just
loser.
had to get everything. I first discovered Asmongold around 2015, as I used to create by far the most straightforward and easy to follow achievement guides that the sort of player who just had to get everything. I first discovered Asmongold around 2015, as I used to create by far the most straightforward and easy to follow achievement guides.
Damn. Yo, true and real. Like, I'm gonna tell you guys, like, those videos are still, I did. It was a long time ago, man. That was 7 fucking years ago. And that's what it was. I still use them. Well, I mean, they're the best. It makes sense. Absolutely.
That there were available. Now, I don't use Twitch, mostly as I find Twitch chat to be the most annoying thing mankind has ever invented.
It is.
Pog champ. However, I can't deny that
My chat ever gets that annoying, I'm just gonna start banning everyone.
clearly it's a very popular platform.
It sure is.
And so, much like how I have to thank Asmongold for helping me get the Glory of the Firelands Raider achievement at 5 o'clock in the morning 7 years ago, I also have to thank him for bringing what would have been yet another forgotten production of mine in front of over 500,000 people.
It was a lot of
Truth be told, I had completely forgotten all about this video. It was just...
I find this to be funny, you know, like all the times people bring up about how React content is bad and, oh, React content sucks, it's so bad. Look at this. Isn't it crazy how it's not true again? Wow, what a day.
Just a bit of creative writing I made out of frustration. I was, and still am, baffled to see it receive such a positive response.
Yeah, it was
From
great.
Urban Dictionary definitions.
The stream has been
to
so
German news
productive,
articles.
I tell you what.
Yeah, it's been very interesting.
Say what?
What'd you just say?
About what?
You just say what a day?
Yeah.
You don't say that.
Why?
Do I get up here and say, "What's up, y'all? It's me." No, I don't say that. That's my line. Don't fucking say that. That's my fucking line. You stick to your line, I got my line.
Okay.
To read all your comments, as well as see the Google Trends spike for the SoCal Lady Killer.
Holy shit.
However, this whole thing has admittedly put me in a bit of an awkward situation.
What's that?
You see, over the last few days, I've been inundated with request after request to make more creepy pastas, just like Stone Talon. And my response to that is... no.
Good idea.
You see, the reason why you enjoyed Stone Talon wasn't just because of the writing,
because it was unexpected.
but simply because you didn't know whether it was true or not.
Exactly.
Had I told you the truth right at the start,
Exactly.
you would have all Alt-F4'd out of there in Guinness World Record time.
Yep.
Make no mistake, I could easily write a ton more stories like it.
Relax,
The
thanks for
Butcher
5
of
subs, appreciate
Badlands, the Rapist of Redridge, the Molester of Loch Madan. But it simply wouldn't be the same.
No.
As deep down, you'd know the truth.
That's true.
Not only that, but I don't even play WoW anymore. Which
What?
I'm pretty sure doesn't really require an explanation. Seeing what was once my favorite game, community, and company devolve into the...
I love hearing this from just like a random guy.
I wish I could be
just
immune
like
to
this
some of
isn't
these
some
spells.
kind of fucking like a plant. This isn't anything like that. This is just a random guy talking about his game, you know? He's just having a conversation.
absolute disgrace that it is today is something that, frankly, I'd rather forget about entirely. And can you really blame me? However, even if I have no plans to ever return back to WoW, I feel as if I can't just simply ignore all of your kind words. So, I wanted to make something for you all as a thank you. Consider it a sort of one-off bowing out gift for all you WoW heads. Now, as I said, this isn't a creepypasta, but instead, a rabbit hole. I said that Stone Talon was WoW's darkest secret, but truth be told, there is actually a real darkest secret about World of Warcraft that I have never seen anyone else even talk about. In
What's
fact,
that?
it's been out in the open now for years, and yet seemingly passed everyone by. Perhaps it's not so much a dark secret, but a forgotten secret. I know, you're skeptical. So, without further ado, go into full screen mode and let me explain.
Okay, what the fuck? Alright, here we go again. Yeah, let's go. What the fuck? It's so hard for me to believe him. I'm gonna believe it. I really am. I'm gonna believe it, and because there are plenty of weird mysteries in WoW. I will. I actually will believe this. But as I said, isn't it great? This guy makes great videos, and, you know, he used to watch the Asmongold guides back in the day. Because, you know, they were so good, and, like, I had videos about everything, you know? I mean, man, ain't that the truth?
As this time, it's real. Oh, and folks, try not to tab out this time, will ya?
Okay. Alright, let's see it. And he's gonna have triangles for eyes, and the triangles are gonna zoom in on the eyes, and it's the Illuminati, you know, like that yeah, I mean, really.
This boss pisses me off.
I had one. Okay.
The Twin Towers of the World Trade Center in New York were destroyed in a terrorist attack. Days later, President George
Debatable.
Bush announces the beginning of the War on Terror, with the aim of bringing those responsible to justice.
Debatable.
During this time, President Bush's approval rating was around 90%, an unprecedented high in American politics. The people were angry and wanted revenge. 10 years later in 2011, President Barack Obama formally announces the death of the leader of Al-Qaeda, Osama bin Laden.
What the fuck? Yeah.
With the news of this announcement, the American people
Oh
and
my
their allies
God.
around the world celebrated. After 10 long years, it seemed that this war on terror was finally about to come to an end.
Yeah, it didn't happen.
But it didn't.
No, it
The
didn't.
modus operandi of American foreign...
I'm gonna have to adjust something again. Oh. Oh, wait. That's not what I meant to do. Shit. I meant to take this down to 3.5. Or 0.35, I should say. And the HP down to 0.25. At this point, I'm just gonna die the boss. Do you know command to level jewel crafting from 0 to 350 in Wrath of the Lich King? No, but I can figure it out for you pretty damn quick. Wasn't jewel crafting just the Wrath of the Lich King profession? Pretty sure it was. So 755. 755 is a skill number. The GM commands in Wrath of the Lich King are slightly different. Modify. I'll be able to tell you if it's the same or not. Set skill. Yes, that would probably be it. Because 755 is the skill number.
Foreign policy had changed from merely eliminating potential terrorist threats into what became known as nation building, with the aim of transforming countries in the Middle East from being dictatorships into being democracies.
Oh, then you have to learn it. Do you know it? Do you have jewel crafting as a profession?
Being under the sole rule of the Taliban to now having its own elections,
Wow.
being a prime example of such a transformation.
Okay.
During this time, the American public's attitude to war deeply started to sour. In their
Yeah.
eyes, if it truly was mission accomplished,
Oh, bro, like y'all don't.
I would just look up jewel crafting trainer and teleport yourself there and then do it that way, honestly.
Remember this shit, like, this was the biggest fucking meme. Oh my god, this was a fucking meme, yep. Yeah, that didn't go too well.
then why was the government still spending
Yeah, you need to
trillions of
learn,
taxpayer dollars fighting such overseas wars when their own people at home were struggling?
That's a good
Because
point.
you have to
Years
get,
later,
like,
2021, and the war on terror.
various levels of the profession in order to learn up to 350. So what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to just do it in increments, I think. I've done this before because I had to manually recover mine and Laura's characters. And I don't remember if I had to keep relearning each step or if I could just set it. So you're probably going to have to relearn each step. So you're probably going to have to set your skill so high, go to the trainer, add gold to your character, learn the training, set it so high again, learn more training. I don't know. I don't remember exactly.
Terror would ceremoniously come to a close.
Wow.
Yet perhaps not in the way that many thought it would. Within hours of the US military leaving Afghanistan, the Taliban had once again seized control within hours.
Oh my god, I remember whenever this shit happened, and like people were talking all the time about fucking this shit happened, and they said the plane was fake. They said it was a fake plane.
The failure of trying to forcefully change a nation's foundations so radically were now on full display
It was, yeah.
for the world to see. The war on terror was a tragedy for
I saw
almost
that.
everyone involved.
Yeah,
with
it's a
thousands
waste
of
of
lives
money.
Where are they
needlessly
going?
lost, trillions of dollars spent in vain.
Let 'em go
and an
over
entire
there.
part
Fuck
of the
'em.
world now destabilized beyond comprehension.
Yeah, it was bad.
For many of us who grew up during the 2000s and 2010s,
I did.
it somewhat goes without saying that such events have foreshadowed our entire lives. But a question you're probably asking yourselves is, what the hell does this have to do with World of Warcraft? Well,
That was one of the questions that I actually had. That was one of the things I was kind of wondering this. Yeah, I was kind of wondering the same thing.
a lot more than you might think, actually.
What?
1 month after 9/11, on October 26, 2001, President George Bush implemented what became colloquially known as the Patriot Act.
Yeah.
In its own words, this was an act to deter and punish terrorist acts in the United States and across the globe, and to
Okay.
enhance law enforcement investigatory tools.
Seems pretty good.
When the
All right.
Patriot Act was first passed,
Yeah.
most people didn't think anything of it. After all,
Well, of course it's good. They literally, I mean, it has Patriot in the name. How could it be
That's
bad?
what I thought too. I was such a naive little middle schooler.
I mean, aren't you a patriot? I mean, come on.
at the time, America had just been attacked, and in many people's eyes, if the government was going to do something about it, then that could only be a good thing. But the sudden combination of this blind trust, hunger for revenge, and sudden rise in patriotism created an almost perfect environment for opportunistic bureaucrats to expand their palette of power.
Next scene is going to be Dick Cheney.
And that's exactly what they did via the Patriot Act. The first half of the Patriot Act, to deter and punish terrorist acts, was obviously most effective and required. However, the second half, consisting of enhancing law enforcement investigatory tools, would turn out to be much more sinister than it was presented.
I love how, like, this was a... Like, they passed this, like, 20 years ago, and cops still can't figure out if they're getting a fake phone call or not. Like, they still can't figure it out. Oh my god.
The US, UK, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand comprise the vast majority of the English-speaking Western world.
And I'm still
Being
asleep.
strongly culturally and economically interlinked, these nations tend to cooperate much more with one another than what would usually be the case.
That would make sense.
One of these means of cooperation is in the form of intelligence, whereby they form what is known as the Five Eyes.
Oh, that's what's on the... I see. This is the dollar bill.
An intelligence
Yeah.
alliance that behind the scenes works together with one another to achieve their mutual aims. As you may remember, back in 2013, a man known as Edward Snowden would quit his job in American intelligence and flee to Russia for asylum, whereby there he would reveal a bombshell beyond belief. Snowden disclosed an estimated 15,000 classified Australian intelligence files, 60,000 classified British intelligence files, and a staggering 1.7 million classified American intelligence files.
God damn!
And to say that these files were damning would be an understatement. The English-speaking Western nations, who so proudly proclaim themselves to be the so-called free world, had, behind the curtain, created a dystopian surveillance system that even rivaled that of China.
I love how, like, whenever people, like, mention this... Yeah, what a fucking legend.
Oops.
Making this. Trillions of dollars spent in vain, and an entire part of the world now destabilized beyond comprehension.
Yeah.
60,000 classified British intelligence files, and a staggering 1.7 million classified American intelligence files.
God damn!
And to say that these files were damning would be an understatement. The English-speaking Western nations, who so proudly proclaim themselves to be the so-called free world, had, behind the curtain, created a dystopian surveillance system.
I don't know where those
that even
bosses
rivaled
went,
that
but I just
of
want to
China.
kill these guys.
I love how, like, whenever people, like, mention this... Yeah, what a fucking legend. Yeah, I mean, I was glad that he said this. I remember, like, whenever this came out, like, my mom was like, yep, that's right. That's what Alex has been saying for years, you know? I told you this shit was happening. You should have listened. Yeah, I knew it. That's what it was. Alex Jones, yeah. And it's like, oh, bro,
Alright,
yeah,
well, I'm
brother
done
China
here.
does
I
it.
don't
Oh,
need
we
to
gotta
fight
do
this
it.
boss.
We gotta-
That's not
we
what I'm
gotta try
doing
and
on
get
this
ahead of
tune.
us. We gotta survey our citizens too, man. Come on. Versus,
Now I'd be here all day if I was to go into everything that such files
Where are the
reveal,
other two?
such
One's
as the
in-
PRISM program, whereby according
One's
to leaked
here.
slides, large American corporations such as Microsoft and Apple had seemingly agreed to become providers whereby they'd hand intelligence agencies information about their customers, such as emails, chats, videos, photos, data, and much more. All such companies officially deny such involvement, even to this day, mind you, so I'll leave it up to you.
He wants to get killed, kill him.
Well, it doesn't really matter who am I going to believe? Am I going to believe the company of nerds, or am I going to believe that the company of nerds was pressured by a company of individuals with nuclear bombs to provide data and information? Which one could I ever possibly believe happened? I wonder.
But as stated, the sheer extent and vastness of the Snowden leaks are beyond belief, and with almost 2 million files out there in circulation, could span numerous hours worth of explanations on their own. However, out of all these 2 million documents, there was one that was well and truly unbelievable. It did get some media attention when it was found, but not much, and was, ultimately, forgotten about. I'm going to show you this document now. This is the first page of an 82-page document that's been colloquially nicknamed NSA Documents on Games and Virtual Worlds. As you can see,
so the other
this
two just
document was
fucking
given a
left.
security clearance of top secret, which means that for most of you, had you laid your eyes on this just a few years ago, you'd be spending a lot of time behind bars.
Yeah, they have there's information, there's a lot of levels of clearances in government. I remember we had basic clearance, and there's secret clearance and top secret clearance, and obviously I'm sure there's other stuff above that I just don't know about. Yeah, it's very complicated. Is this okay to watch? No, it's not. Everybody's going to jail. You're all accomplices to a crime, and we're all going to jail together. It's going to be great.
For those who are unaware of what a top-secret security clearance pertains, in the United States, the Department of Defense has 3 clearly distinct categories of security clearance. Confidential, which is applied to information which could cause some damage to national security.
And then secret.
Secret, which is applied to information which could cause serious damage to national security. And top secret, which is applied to information which could cause exceptionally grave damage to national security. Obtaining a top secret security clearance is incredibly difficult and can take many months just to obtain, with numerous background checks or situational qualifications required. Only an estimated 800,000 people, or 0.2% of the American population,
Are there really that many alliance here?
Security clearance. However, it should be noted that merely having obtained such a security clearance does not necessarily mean that said individual automatically has access to all the information within said clearance level, as such information is often still only provided on a strict need-to-know basis. Bottom line is that prior to the Snowden leak, hardly anyone but very high-level American NSA, British GCHQ, and other Five Eyes intelligence operatives would have ever laid their eyes on this document. This was never meant to be seen by the public.
Well, let's see it.
The first page reads, "Get in the game with target development for World of Warcraft online gaming." Although online gaming may seem like an innocuous form of entertainment, when the basic features and capabilities are examined, it could potentially become a target-rich communication network. Online gaming represents a technology that is rapidly growing in popularity worldwide.
Holy shit!
World of Warcraft, WoW, is one with an impressive following of gaming enthusiasts, with over 10 million users worldwide. The exact date when this document was made is unknown. However, it is believed to have been produced sometime between 2007 and 2008, aka the Burning Crusade expansion. We know this not just from the comments throughout, but that it specifically mentions the 10 million subscriber mark, which was achieved around that time.
Exactly.
Quite the difference from today, where I'd be surprised if WoW even had 10,000 subscribers. But besides the point, you're probably wondering why American intelligence agencies are writing documents about World of Warcraft.
The shade should despawn, so I'm just
it goes
gonna
without
do
saying that the
that.
American government and its subordinate intelligence agencies became most paranoid. During this time, online video games were still mostly considered to be a novelty for the youth. However, as people from the
Yeah,
millennial
online games didn't really start to happen until like the 2010s, and like the technology was there before then, but people didn't have as many computers back then. It was like not everybody had a fucking, you know, this like nice like fucking computer that can run the quality stuff. It was hard to do. It's expensive.
generation who had grown up with online games started to join such
I can't
agencies,
click on any of them.
It seems that the
There we go.
revelation that video games could be used for potential criminal activity seemingly startled them, as they had not yet understood, or even thought, that video games could even be used for such nefarious means, leading them to investigate further. This slide shows that the NSA analyzed...
So I had a friend of mine, and like he did some like he did a little bit of wire fraud, right? He did a little bit of fraud, and anyway, he was in my guild, and so this guy.
I would have this boss fucking killed if the mobs weren't just randomly running off into the fucking distance and resetting. So you know what?
That, like, he was
You know what?
talking and making deals with the different things. Like it was a friend. This is a there's a guy in my guild. Like we hung out all the time. There's a guy in my guild, and the guy who mailed money, I didn't mail him money. That was somebody else. And so how many guild members have gone to jail? A lot. But anyway, so like the guy, he was actually talking with one of his friends in WoW and dealing with like what they were gonna do illegally in the game to like avoid having any sort of like detection for it. And the government finally found out about it. I think they put him in jail.
And the fact that I
don't
can't
know how
click
long he was
on
in jail.
anything
And
because
in the
there's a
article
giant
that they wrote about, it was a news
fucking
article,
collision box in the way.
They said that the
Fuck
quote
that.
from him was that he was glad that he was going to go to jail because then people wouldn't bother him.
I should need rule on all of this, honestly.
Fucking straight up. Yeah. And so I don't know what he's I have no idea what he's doing now. I don't. I guess I can say his name is Sean Hogan. You can look it up. And yeah, it was in WoW. It was a news story and everything. Was he the bald guy? Yes. Yes, he was the bald guy. He was in my guild. He was Weeshun. He was a druid in my guild. We hung out together like pretty much every night. Yeah. Fucking exactly. Yeah. And we played together and everything, man.
Numerous different
He
video
told us how much money he made too. It was a lot. And like you have to think in mind, right? So like put this in perspective. So like I talked to this guy and I met this guy in like 2011, 2012, somewhere around there, right? And we were friends for like, you know, a couple years before they sent him to jail. And then I made the virtual exchange website literally like 6 months after I think he went to jail. Right? Because I'm like, damn, so this is a really good idea, huh? So you can get a lot of money on this? Okay. Yep, let's do it.
game genres, from first-person shooters, educational
Anyway,
games,
where's the other one?
simulations, mixed or alternate realities, MMOs,
Don't tell
and
me.
strategy games,
I know where
and
it
gave them a
is.
traffic light grade based on how effective they
Fake
would be in numerous key areas for criminals to take advantage of. As you can see, all genres had some flaws, except for the MMO, which was seemingly a perfect attack vector for criminal activity. Thus, WoW, being by far the most popular MMO of the time, would naturally become a place of interest.
Absolutely.
The NSA had three main fears when it came to video games and their potential:
Petulance.
communication, propaganda, and recruitment. Throughout this, I'm going to tell you how the NSA planned to deal with such fears, and how you may have been affected by them. Starting with communication. Let's read. WoW may be providing SIGINT targets a way to hide in plain sight. Targets have been spotted receiving no reply emails from gaming providers, and GCHQ analysts have correlated known SIGINT targets to online gaming events. The new Mission Development Center at MHS, the Global Network Exploitation and the Applied Research Special Topics Organization at GCHQ,
I'm
are
just gonna
working
repair
together
and get off
to
here.
filter the Fawnsack
So I'm just gonna
survey
end my
environment
stream.
for this traffic and extract various types
I'm
of
a little
WoW
shitty.
metadata for SIGINT development and network knowledge enrichment.
Holy shit.
The bots are they're not healing as well as they should be. Number one. They're not dedicating to healing as they should be. So like back in the original. Let me tell you something about the original single player project. Bots couldn't do fucking anything. They could only use half their abilities, but I will tell you this: that tank bots back in the original could tank. Okay, they would snatch all the aggro off of everyone all the time. They were insane, and their healing was next level. They could heal. They could blindfold heal. And lately, it seems everything's kind of mellowed out to where it's not as good. Some aspects of this are not as good as they used to be. I mean, granted, we don't have bots floating through the ceiling anymore like we used to. That's good, but they're not doing some things as well as they used to either, so.
Yeah, that's quite.
Anyway, thanks for stopping by, Michael King. I apologize for the shitty stream. I really do. But, you know, when I have to fucking restart my server over and over again to try to make raids more fair for the fact that I have bots, it's annoying. But I'll get through it. Like I said, this is the only time I'm doing this quest line. I just want to do it just so I can say I did, and that's really, honestly, the truth. I don't need... You know, this would be good if I was going into AQ, and I am going into AQ at some point, but, nope. Stamina. If it was intellect and nature resistance, I'd take it up on it. Anyway. That's save. And tomorrow, if I have time, depends on how long I work tomorrow, I will do the other 2 dragons so I can move on with my life. So. Toodles. Sorry, I can't end the stream and fart at the same time.